Harper Audio presents Sweet Reckoning by Wendy Higgins, performed by Erin Mallon. Prologue. Not a soul in the Vegas cocktail lounge had any idea demons were in their midst. Not a soul would believe the four gentlemen receiving appreciative stares and envious glares were some of the best workers of hell ever to walk the earth. Humans could sense their allure, the power and mystery in their handsome faces, and were drawn to them like butterflies to bright poisoned nectar. Farzuf, Astaroth, Mamone, and Malcolm sat unsmiling in crisp new suits, sipping martinis and scotch, discussing events from the night before. They'd taken 4 women to Malcolm's private island off the California coast, ruined them, and then abandoned them at the docks after promising transportation back to Vegas.
"I'd love to see those cows explain this one to their husbands and fiancé,"
Astaroth, the Duke of Adultery, had said, laughing as they sped away. But the fun and games were over now, and it was time for business. They sat contemplating all they'd learned last night about traitors in their ranks and among their children. Mamone, the Duke of Greed, absently swirled his scotch in the melting ice, thinking about the son he'd killed on the island. Flynn had been his favorite Nephilim child in centuries, and he'd turned out to be an ungrateful Judas. The shock of his betrayal still stung. It had been many years since Mamone had killed, and it left a bad taste in his mouth. Not that he'd ever admit that to his brethren of hell.
"He showed no signs of rebellion before last night?"
asked the Duke of Envy, Malcolm.
"None."
Mamone tilted back his drink and emptied it before slamming it to the table with a grimace.
"It's time to tell the other dukes. We'll gather tonight."
Farzuf's arms were crossed as he thought.
"Some have already left town," Malcolm said, "like Belial. We'll call them back," Farzuf said with a sneer. "We can't let Belial know we're on to him. Let's make him think we're only suspicious of a Neph uprising."
Astaroth ran a hand through his shoulder-length blonde waves and pulled out his cell phone, dialing. The others listened in on the conversation with their keen supernatural senses.
"Yes,"
said a voice with French inflection.
"Brother Rahab, call the dukes back to Vegas. We have news."
Rahab paused.
"Very well. And one more thing,"
Astaroth continued.
"The old prophecy." "What about it?"
Rahab snapped.
"Can you recite it for us?" "To my knowledge,"
his voice went gravelly with disgust,
"a Nephilim pure of heart shall rise up and cast demons from earth to the depths of hell, where they will remain until the end of days."
The table quieted, and the demon men appeared momentarily ill.
"How certain are you of its validity?"
Astaroth asked.
"Lord Lucifer himself told me of the prophecy."
The 4 dukes exchanged silent looks as the lounge bustled around them. Farzuf cleared his throat and took the phone from Astaroth, speaking low.
"How did our Lord obtain the information?"
Rahab's voice was a dangerous whisper.
"You dare to question him?"
A carefully blank look remained on Farzuf's face, and his smooth English accent never wavered.
"Don't be ridiculous. I question his source."
Rahab was quiet. Then, in a tone of reluctance, he admitted,
"It was a whisperer, one of the Legionnaires."
Again, the dukes exchanged skeptical looks. This was the reason nobody had ever taken the prophecy seriously. It seemed unlikely that a worthless Legionnaire's spirit could acquire important information and recite it back correctly.
"The prophecy is valid,"
Rahab shouted through the phone.
"I've been telling you fools for 2 millennia not to trust the Nephilim race. Why are you bringing this up now? What has happened?" "We will discuss our findings soon, brother,"
Farzuf assured him. Rahab let out a low grumble before disconnecting.
"Right then, what's the plan?"
Astaroth asked.
"First, we find out if Belial and the girl followed through with the orders given at the summit. See if she's still a virgin. She's number 1 on my suspicion list. The Angels of Light had never intervened for a Neph until her."
Malcolm leaned his elbows on the table.
"How will we find out if she's pure?"
A wicked grin spread across Farzuf's face.
"Leave that part to me." "And if she is?"
Malcolm asked.
"We kill her immediately before the damned angels can stop us."
Farzuf finished his martini and eyed a woman who kept stealing glances at him.
"And wait to see Belial's reaction to gauge whether they're working together or if this is a Neph-run operation. None of it makes any bloody sense."
Mamon rubbed his forehead. "We had the lot of them tiled after the summit."
"Only for the first 6 months."
Astaroth clarified.
"Apparently they've been busy in the year since then. We'll have them tailed again, for as long as it takes."
Malcolm shook his head.
"Lord Lucifer won't be happy about this, using his legionnaires to babysit the Neph again when they should be focusing on humans. He was livid about the wasted efforts after the summit."
Farzuf sighed.
"Fine. We won't sick the Whisperers yet. We'll wait and see what we find out about the daughter of Belial."
They all nodded their agreement, and Farzuf stood.
"Let's enjoy a few hours of Vegas before our meeting."
He walked toward the woman with the red aura, who was locked in his blue gaze.
"Best job in the world,"
he whispered to himself. To love or have loved, that is enough. There is no other pearl to be found in the dark folds of life. Victor Hugo, Les Miserables. Chapter 1. On Fire. The moment I left L.A., a fire began kindling inside me, a satisfying burn of promise and drive unlike anything I'd ever experienced. Never again would I sit back in silence and watch the Dukes take a life. We'd lost our ally Flynn, the son of greed, killed by his own father when he was discovered as a traitor against the demons. I would never forget the helpless feeling of being submerged in the water under the dock at that island while the Dukes worked their evil. Never again. We, the Nephilim, were going to rid the earth of demons, and I was slated to lead the way. This knowledge sparked, caught fire, and spread through my veins. Despite all the unknowns, I'd never felt stronger or more focused, and love was to blame. That very essence of life believed to be a weakness by the Dukes of Hell. They had no idea of its fortifying power. I loved Kaiden Rowe, and he loved me. I loved Patty and my father, and I knew they were willing to die for me. I loved the Nephilim and wanted to see them free from the terror of their fathers. I loved the inherent goodness in humanity and the potential for a better future on Earth without demon interference. For the first time ever, I didn't doubt myself. When Patty met me at the curb at the Atlanta airport, I held her close, feeling different from the girl who'd left her a week before. She pulled away and searched my face, brushing hair away from my shoulder and giving me a single nod as if she understood. It was time to take my place in the world, time to fulfill my task. Patty's eyes watered, but her shoulders squared with motherly pride. Yes, it was time, and her support meant everything. On the drive home, my cell rang. Seeing Dad's number made my heart race. "Hello?"
"Another meeting's been called in Vegas tonight,"
came his gruff reply.
"This might be the last safe time you have to talk to the others. I'm emailing you information. Be careful."
He hung up before I had a chance to say a word. Another meeting. The Dukes weren't wasting any time. That knowledge made my earlier confidence waver ever so slightly. I just hoped the other Neph and I could survive what was to come. I texted Kaiden, who was listed in my contacts under James for James Bond. He'd chosen it. He had me listed as hot chick from gig. Video chat in 30. His immediate response made me shake my head and blush.
Clothing optional?
It was nice to know he could keep a sense of humor in the face of calamity. Or maybe he wasn't joking. "Are you two flirting?" Patty asked, her eyes darting to me from the road. I hurried to delete his message. "It's so weird," I said. I'd waited 2 years for Kaiden to return my affections. Now he was my boyfriend. My boyfriend? Unbelievable. Patty reached over and squeezed my hand. "Enjoy it, honey. Every second." I definitely was. The first thing I did at home was open my email to see Dad's message.
"You've been granted late acceptance to Virginia Tech in Blacksburg, Virginia, 4 hours from where I'll be in D.C. You will be in a single dorm room. Patty will have a fully furnished house in the next town. Pack only the essentials. You leave in less than 3 weeks."
"Patty, come read this." She ran in and read the message over my shoulder. Then she hugged me from behind. "The Virginia mountains," she whispered. "That sounds nice, college girl." The whole thing sounded nice, especially the fact that Patty would still be nearby and in her own house, far away from Duke Farzoof here in Atlanta. I wondered how long Dad had been working on this plan and how many strings he'd had to pull. Now, I just needed to break the news to Jay and Veronica, the people I'd miss most in Georgia. Patty left to make dinner, and I leaned against my pillows, pulling the laptop closer on my lap. I logged on to the video chat server. Butterflies danced inside me as I dialed Kaiden. His image popped up, and I sucked in a breath.
"Ah, there's my bud."
He sat at the desk in his bedroom with no shirt on, wavy, wet strands of brown hair around his angled face, 5 o'clock shadow lining his jaw, blue eyes heating me through the screen. Wow. Just wow. I kind of wished I'd taken time to reapply my lip gloss or something. "Hey," I said in a small voice, because even through the screen, he reduced me to gooey girliness. I eyed his chest and the top of his firm abs. "You're not really naked, are you?" He waggled his dark eyebrows.
"Shall I stand?"
My eyes widened. "Seriously? You're not naked?"
"I just got out of the shower, love."
He wore an unapologetic grin. "No way. He was just messing with me."
"You should try it,"
he said.
"It's safe fun."
When he winked, my chest, neck, and face heated. I glanced toward my closed door, and Kaiden laughed.
"You're considering it, aren't you?"
"No," I said, trying not to smile. "I just don't want Patty to overhear your naughty mouth. Now hush and listen." I told him my college news, and he nodded, running a hand through his damp hair to move it back from his face.
"Good. Glad you'll be away from there. I wish you could leave sooner."
"Yeah." I chewed the inside of my lip. "When do you think they'll come after me?" His entire face darkened.
"I don't know. Maybe you should leave sooner than 3 weeks. Stay at a hotel or something."
"I'll see what Dad says after their meeting tonight." We stared at each other.
"You're so bloody cute,"
he whispered, his voice all low and yummy. Blood whooshed through my body, a Kai buzz. Oh, he was totally using the bedroom eyes, all heavy-lidded and seductive. I don't even think he was trying. I suddenly felt shy. Even from the other side of the country, this boy was dangerous. "Behave, Kai." My voice sounded more sultry than I intended.
"I didn't say a word."
He wet his lips, and I thought of that mouth on my body several days ago. We'd only been apart 1 day, and already it felt way longer. "Okay, stop," I said. He grinned.
"Stop what?"
As if he didn't know. Kaiden Rowe was anything but innocent and well aware of his charm. His phone rang from the nightstand behind him.
"Just a sec, love."
He spun in his chair, and when he stood, I got a flash of toned, bare-butted hotness. I let out a yelp before dissolving into a fit of giggles and covering my eyes.
"It's Blake,"
he said. A whisper yelled, "You're really naked."
"I told you I was. Hey, what's up, mate? Talking with A. No news. Maybe tonight. Yep, later."
I heard movement, and Kai said,
"You can look now."
I peeked through my fingers and saw only his handsome face. Dropping my hands, I tried to look serious. "You are so bad."
"You like it."
He leaned back and kicked up his big feet on the desk.
"You should try it sometime, little Anne. Just with me, of course."
Without taking his eyes off me, he picked up a pen and began weaving it through his fingers. Only Kaiden Rowe would sit naked on the other side of the camera, completely nonchalant. It was rather distracting. I watched his chest slowly rise and fall in a sigh. He set the pen down.
"I dreamt of you last night, that you were still here with me."
I rested my cheek on my hand, letting his words settle over me like warm sunlight. I still couldn't believe he was letting this happen, letting us be together, letting me love him. "Thank you," I said.
"For dreaming of you?"
He chuckled, and I smiled. Talking via camera was weird. Ironically, I felt exposed. Every word and expression seemed magnified. "Just for everything."
"No, gorgeous. Thank you."
Again, we stared in silence. For a millisecond, I even forgot he was nude. And then I remembered.
"What?"
he asked.
"What's that look for?"
I wished I didn't embarrass so easily. He rolled his chair to the side, and I heard him get up.
"Okay, love. All better."
He'd put on some running pants, slung low so I could see the V at his hips. Drool.
"It's not fair, you know,"
he said, sitting again and leaning in. "What's not fair?"
"That's twice you've seen my ass, and 0 times I've seen yours."
I shook my head. My face was permanently on fire now.
"Come on," he urged. "Just a quick peek."
I laughed. "No." Now he laughed too.
"You know I'm taking the piss with you, love."
I shot him a fake glare, and he kept chuckling with those sexy, crinkly eyes. He hadn't teased me this much in person, but I guess technology provided a safety net that made him more brazen. I could maybe get used to it. I needed to get used to it, so I'd stop freaking blushing and wanting to hide. My phone dinged, and I opened the text message. It was a single question mark from Marna.
"Who's it from?"
Kai asked, sounding tense. "Marna. Hang on, I'm gonna call her real quick." The girls had no idea what had happened on the island, that we'd been extremely close to being caught and captured. I shivered at the memory of how cold it had been in the water under the dock as the Dukes walked above us with their prey, and how they'd killed Flynn and dragged his body out to sea. My stomach churned as the vision hit me. The twins had to know something was up, since their father left for a lengthy summit, and none of us Neff, Blake, Kaiden, Capano, or me had been available for days. She answered immediately. "Hey," I said. "Are you all right then? What the bloody hell is going on?" Even knowing the Dukes were meeting tonight, I still didn't trust a phone conversation. "It's not good," I told her. "One of our pieces fell." It took her a second to figure it out, and then she gasped. "Oh, God." I could tell she wanted to ask who, but she didn't. Instead, she said, "We're in Miami, and we've got 2 days off. Can we come up?" "Yes, please." I was relieved I'd get to tell them everything in person. When we hung up, and I gave my attention back to Kaiden. All humor was gone. "Everything will be okay," I said quietly. "The sooner we get rid of them, the better." His jaw worked from side to side. I wanted him to talk to me. "What are you afraid of, Kai?"
"I'm only afraid of one thing."
His blue eyes hit mine.
"Losing you."
Pained fear showed on his face, and it wrung my heart. We both knew what we were up against.
"Swear you'll be careful, Anna. No unnecessary heroics."
"I promise. I'm not going to run out and make a martyr of myself. I want to survive this thing. I want to get rid of them and keep living. With you." Judging by how the pain eased from his face, he seemed to like that idea. My phone dinged with another text. "Jay," I said.
"You home yet?"
"Yes," I replied.
"Come over, please."
My eyebrows pushed together in worry.
"What's wrong?"
Kaiden asked. "I don't know. He wants me to come over."
"Right then. I'll be here all night. Ring me when you get back."
I looked up at him with a grateful smile. "You're a good boyfriend." He smirked.
"Hurry home, love. Oh, and give Jay a message for me. Ask him why DJs can't play pool."
"Okay. What's the punchline?"
"Because they always scratch."
He raised his eyebrows, hopeful. Sure." I put on a fake smile. His eyebrows dropped.
"Not funny?"
"No," I said with a laugh, "but he'll appreciate it." We were smiling when we logged off, and I hurried to Jay's. Chapter 2. And so it begins. I let myself into Jay's house and found him and Veronica sitting apart in his room, her in his computer chair, and him on the bed against his headboard. Both wore auras of navy blue sadness, with a fizzle of gray nervousness in Veronica's. I knew from the distance between them and the tension in the air that they weren't together anymore. "Hey," Veronica said. I sat on the edge of the bed. "Hey?" Jay raised his eyebrows at Veronica.
"You want to tell her?"
She bit her lip. "So, I got this really cool opportunity. I didn't tell anyone because I wasn't sure at first if I'd take it, but I decided to do it. I'm going to Spain to study abroad this semester." "Spain?" I couldn't help but smile. That was so awesome. I could totally picture Veronica there. And then I saw the lack of joy on Jay's face, and my excitement waned. "Oh." Silence. "I guess it'd be hard to keep a long-distance relationship, huh?" I asked. "There's the time difference," Veronica explained. "With Jay working nights and me probably busy with school stuff." I knew it was more than just the time and distance issues. All signs had been pointing to breakup for months now. Neither of them seemed surprised or angry, just sad. "You guys are both okay, though?" Jay picked at his jeans.
"It's a good opportunity, you know? She shouldn't pass it up."
I looked at Veronica, and a stream of light gray guilt swam around her before dispersing. I patted the spot on the bed across from Jay and me, and Veronica came over on shaky legs to sit with us. We sat in a semicircle facing one another. Being closer lightened Jay's aura. "I love you guys," I said quietly. Veronica kept biting at her lip. "You're not mad at me about school? I know we were going to room together." "No, I'm not mad." This was terrible timing, but I had to tell them now. Actually, I kind of have some big news too. They stared at me, waiting. I'm not going to Georgia Tech after all. My dad is moving to Washington, D.C., and we want to live closer. So he pulled some strings and got me into Virginia Tech. Patty and I are both moving. Their eyes bulged. Jay said, "What?" just as Veronica said, Wow. I know, it all happened so fast, but I think I need a change. My dad, too.
Dude, this is crazy.
Jay's eyes glassed over for a second.
You're both leaving me.
At the same time, Veronica and I leaned forward and hugged him. He wrapped his arms around us. Our last group hug. When we pulled away, there was a strange shift between us. A change stemming from knowing we'd never get the old us back. We could either embrace the inevitable and work to stay friends through the changes, or we could let go and allow time and miles to slide between us. Jay gripped my hand hard, and I knew he'd never leave me. Not in the ways that counted. Veronica, on the other hand, her eyes were already kind of far away. I could never hold it against her. She was excited for her future and ready to fly. I wiped the corners of my eyes, and Veronica leaned over to poke my shoulder. "So," she said, "are you and Kaiden really together? Like really, really?" The change of subject lifted some of the awkward tension in the room. I tried to rein in a smile. I'd forgotten I texted Jay and Veronica from L.A. in a drunken state to tell them.
I know, right?
Jay sat up, suddenly animated. Orange sliced through the darkness of his aura.
How did this happen? I didn't even know you were going to L.A.
It was crazy. I pulled my feet in and sat cross-legged. They thought my dad lived in California, and as much as I hated telling them half-truths, sometimes that was just what it came down to. My dad flew me out for a visit, and I went to see Blake, but Kai was there too. They were both gaping at me. "And?" Veronica asked. "And at first we were fighting because we needed to clear the air, and he was jealous because I'd kissed Capano."
"What?"
They both hollered.
"Whoops. When did you guys kiss?"
Veronica was practically in my lap now, trying to yank all the details from me. "Over Christmas break. In a closet in Australia, when we were there to talk Flynn into being an ally." The memory of the whole extraordinary experience was tainted now by Flynn's death.
"I can't believe you didn't tell me this."
Veronica crossed her arms, a shot of dark anger shooting out from her aura. But when I eyed her, reminding her she'd withheld the possibility of Spain from me, she uncrossed her arms, and guilty gray seeped around her. "I felt bad," I admitted. "He was just a friend, and I didn't mean for it to happen. I kind of messed things up. Plus, I knew Kaiden would be pissed if he found out."
"Bro drama,"
Jay said, but he looked rapt. I let out a dry laugh. "Yeah, majorly. But when Kai and I finally made ourselves talk, I don't know, I guess we both decided we were tired of being scared."
"And now you're together,"
Veronica said, her voice sounding distant. We all got quiet. Now Kai and I were together, but Jay and Veronica were not. Her cell phone chimed, and she groaned. "It's my dad. I have to go. He's having people from his work over for dinner, and the whole family has to be there." Her father, a major reason she'd want to be far away from home. "Call me later," I whispered. "I will, and I want every detail." She turned to Jay, both again showing navy auras of sadness, tinged with anxious gray. "I'll see you later?"
"Yeah, of course."
A slow beat passed before Veronica turned and left. "You okay?" I whispered to Jay. He looked tired.
"I don't know. I mean, I knew we probably wouldn't last forever, but it still sucks."
I could feel the steady pain of loss pushing out from his aura, and I wanted to cheer him. "Kaiden gave me a joke for you." This lightened Jay's colors real quick. He watched with interest as I told the joke. At the punchline, he blinked, straight-faced.
"He should really stick to looking good and leave jokes to the normal guys like me."
I fell sideways on the bed, laughing, and Jay laughed with me.
Man, I'm so glad there's something he's not good at, Jay said as I pulled myself together.
I didn't want to leave him yet. Want to go get a pizza or something? Patty was making dinner, but I was sure if I called her, she'd understand.
Dude, I wish, but I can't. I'm supposed to mow the lawn. You don't need to worry about me, okay? I'll be all right.
He gave me a playful shove. I'll call you later then? I asked.
Yep.
He stood and pushed his feet into some old tennis shoes. Then he grabbed his faded Braves hat and slipped it on his head. He stuck out his fist, and I bumped it before hugging him goodbye. On the drive home, I thought of the good days Veronica and Jay had had together. I recalled Veronica showing me pictures on her phone last summer, and when she got to one, she screamed and pulled the phone close, a burst of hot gray embarrassment blasting from her aura. Yeah, for one split second, I'd seen a whole lot of Veronica's skin. I'd never seen her blush like that. Oh my gosh, I totally thought I'd deleted all those, she said. Why do you have... Wait, did you send pictures to Jay? It's not like... we were just playing around. He's my boyfriend. I started giggling first, and then we were both laughing, killing the shock and tension. Veronica had obviously trusted Jay, and I wondered, could I do something flirty like that to surprise Kai? I was still thinking about it as I walked from my car up the concrete stairs of our apartment complex. Patty's car wasn't there. She was probably out getting boxes for the move. I stopped at our door and got a weird, prickly sensation. The thought of a demon whisperer caused my heart to pound and my eyes to search all around me, but nothing was there. I glanced down the stairs. Nothing. With a shaking hand, I slid my key into the bolt lock, only to find it already unlocked. Weird. Patty never forgot to lock the door. My heart rate jacked up as I reached into the pocket of my shorts for the small switchblade I kept there. My other hand went into my purse and wrapped around the leather-clad Sword of Righteousness hilt. I pushed the door open and stood in the doorway without going in. Scents from the crock pot drifted out. "Anyone home?" I called out sweetly. Nothing looked out of the ordinary. I gripped the knife handle and peeked around the corner. All clear. I went in and closed the door behind me, then moved in slow steps around the apartment. Kitchen, balcony, bathroom, coat closet, all clear. It wasn't until I stepped into my bedroom that a surge of panic burst through my system. My laundry hamper was lying on the floor with dirty clothes spilled out. My body went into some sort of protective mode, clearing my mind in preparation for a fight. It still came as a shock when a short-haired man in all black tore out from behind the door, and months of training prompted me into action. I lunged forward, lowering myself so that his balance was thrown off when he hit me. My purse with the hilt inside hit the wall. I managed to keep on my feet as he rolled to the floor and kicked himself up with grace that depleted a bit of my confidence. I swiped my knife through the air, and the blade sliced his bicep. He hissed, and I tried not to think about the fact that I'd just purposely drawn blood from another human being for the first time in my life. His foot kicked up with lightning speed, and I yanked back, but his boot still caught my fingers, forcing me to release the knife with a sharp, searing pain. And now I was mad. Instead of retreating, I pushed forward, taking him by surprise as my shoulder and head rammed the soft part of his torso beneath his ribs. He groaned and grabbed at my waist, but I moved fast, wrapping my arms around his knee and yanking him onto the floor. He caught my wrist in his strong hand, and I went crazy, kicking and stomping anywhere I could. His groin, chest, knees, hips. He moved around, grunting, and we were both too filled with adrenaline to stop. But one hard kick to his armpit made him drop my wrist and cry out.
I turned to run, but he grabbed my ankle, and I fell onto my elbows. In a split second, he was on my back. I tried to buck and throw him off, but he used every bit of his body to control mine. "Get off!" I ground out, my face in the dirty clothes. "Stay still, you stupid girl." His accent was something European. I spotted my knife so close, only a few feet away, and then I saw feet rushing in through the doorway. My attacker must have seen too, because I felt his body weight lift and heard a sound of protest escape just before a reverberating whap. He rolled off me, grabbing at his head and yelling in pain. I looked up and gaped at Patty standing above us, a frying pan in one hand and a gun in the other. When the heck did Patty get a gun? She dropped the pan and pulled me up with her free hand, then used both hands to point the gun at the guy. Her hands trembled, but her face was deadly. "Is he one of you?" Patty whispered to me under her breath. I looked him over. No supernatural badge at his sternum to signify a demon or neph. I shook my head. "He's definitely not from around here, though." "Call the cops," she said. I did as she asked. While we waited, the guy began to murmur. He was a mess, bleeding from his arm, with a purpling lump on the side of his head. Patty shifted her stance, appearing as uneasy with the sight as I was. "Please," he whimpered. "Don't turn me in. He'll kill me." My pulse, which had finally started to settle, went wild again. "Who?" I asked. I wanted to naively believe this was a random break-in. "He'll kill me," he said again. The door to the apartment opened, and I heard footsteps. "Mrs. Whitt?" a man called. "It's the police." "Please," the perpetrator begged. "Back here," Patty yelled, and to the man on the floor she said, "It's too late." The police took him away and spent over an hour questioning us and examining the apartment. The bolt lock was not broken, so he'd somehow picked it. A definite professional. "And you have no idea why this man would break in and attack you?" he asked. Again. "No," I said, and it was the truth. I was baffled. He hadn't been trying to kill me. Of that I felt certain. It was as if I'd taken him by surprise and forced him to attack. He'd been there for something, but it wasn't me. Just as the officer was putting away his pad of paper, another cop walked in and approached. He held out a plastic bag with a small pink wad of cloth inside. It looked vaguely familiar. "I think we figured out why our perp broke in," said the cop. "Panty thief." "Gah, my freaking underwear!" Patty gasped, and the interviewing officer sighed, shaking his head. "Well, you two gals sure put a hurtin' on him. I don't usually suggest that people fight intruders if they can avoid it, but I commend you both." "Thank you, officers," Patty said. After they left, we stood there in the silence, staring at each other, her curly strawberry blonde hair askew. I was glad we'd be moving soon, because our home was now tainted. Everything about the place felt violated and unsafe. "Where did you get the gun?" I asked her, using my hands to sign, in case any dukes or enemy neph were listening nearby. "Your dad." Well, that figured. I was glad she had it, though. "Who sent this man?" The second she finished signing the question, my stomach dropped, and I knew. In slow letters, I spelled out, Farzuf. The Duke of Lust, my boyfriend's father, was behind this. He was checking to see if we'd followed through with the lie Dad had told him at the New York summit 7 months ago. Farzuf wanted to know if I was still a virgin, a state of being that was unheard of for a Nephilim of my age. Only Farzuf would have the ability to smell someone's virginity in such a way. A disgusted shiver raked up my back. I shook it off and stood up straight. "All right, Dukes," I thought. "It's on." Chapter 3.
Crazy day. After I calmed myself and worked up enough nerve to return to my trashed room, I dialed Kaiden on video chat and told him everything. He might not have shown any emotional colors, but the murderous look on his face said it all. He rubbed his palms roughly over his eyes, then dug his fingers into his hair.
"They're meeting in Vegas tonight. He must have sent someone before they even started. I want you out of there."
"I know," I said. "We're going to a hotel. Not that we can hide for long, but at least we can make them work for it if they're after me. I want to tell my dad, but I'm afraid to text him while he's in the meeting."
"Wait a bit and see if he contacts you."
I nodded and chewed my lip.
"Are you all right?"
he asked. "Yes, but he scared the crap out of me," I admitted. Then I just felt determined, and it sort of overrode my fears, so that was good.
"Good. I'm glad you didn't freeze up. And Patty is a rock star under pressure, yeah?"
His words were light, but serious anger still clung to his features. "Yes, she is."
"What did Jay want?"
I told him the whole story about Jay and Veronica, but he didn't seem surprised. Neff were used to seeing relationships crumble. In fact, they were the cause of many breakups.
"They'll be all right, love,"
he said. "Yeah," I whispered. My plan had been to stay up that night chatting with Kaiden, to make use of every second we had, but I felt skittish after the attack, like staying stationary was too dangerous.
"You should go,"
Kaiden said, reading my mind. I stared at him on the screen, his handsome face with slight worry lines between his eyes. "I love you," I said. His head tilted, and the worry lines smoothed.
"I love you too."
Those words, in that voice, from that mouth, did so many things to me. I kissed my fingers and touched his cheek on the screen. He did the same, and with reluctance, we disconnected. It didn't take long for Patty and me to grab our emergency bags with all the essentials and get out of town. We stopped at a hotel 1 hour away. We entertained ourselves, playing skip-bo and Yahtzee. We were just starting to get sleepy when my phone rang. My heart banged against my ribs when I saw Dad's number. "Hello?"
"Where are you?"
His voice was low and quiet. "Hotel in Georgia."
"Alone?"
"With P?"
"Separate. From here on out, you need to be together as seldom as possible."
"Okay." I looked at Patty, who sat across from me on the bed, watching me and taking shallow breaths as she waited for news. "Something happened tonight."
"Go on."
I told him about the attacker and his thwarted attempt to steal my underwear. Dad's stewing silence was like a ticking bomb.
"Stay away from the apartment."
His raspy, violence-filled voice gave me the chills. "Is anyone working the Atlanta area tonight?" I asked, referring to demons.
"No. Everyone will be heading out in the morning, but keep your eyes open. I'll be in touch soon."
I hung up and looked at Patty. "He wants us to separate tonight. I'll come get you in the morning." Her chin quivered for 1 second before she cleared her throat and nodded. "Please be careful, Anna. I want you to take the gun." She reached for her bag, but I stopped her. "No, you keep it. I've been training with the knives and always have them on me." Patty hugged me hard, and I set off with a lump in my throat. I drove without purpose or direction. When my phone rang, I was happy to see Marna's number. "We're in Atlanta. Where are you?" she asked. I made a split-second decision and said, "I'll come to you." Normally, I stayed in the outskirts of Atlanta and avoided the inner city because of Farzoof and heavy whisperer counts. But the demons were in Vegas tonight, so the coast should be clear. We agreed on a hotel, and when I met the twins in the lobby an hour later, I squeezed Marna around her thin shoulders. I planned to give Ginger a quick hug if she'd let me, but to my surprise, She held on when I tried to let go.
"Is Blake dead?"
she asked in a dry voice. "What? No." I pulled back, and she closed her eyes, puffing up her chest. "I'm so sorry, Ginger. I didn't mean to scare you." I lowered my voice.
"It was Flynn."
The sisters looked simultaneously dejected and relieved by the news of whom we'd lost. Marna smoothed her flat attendant uniform down and let out a giant breath. "Come on," I said. "I'm getting a room, and I'll tell you everything." The girls and I got comfortable in the hotel room, and I told them the entire story of L.A., everything from me staying at Kaiden's place, to Kai and Cope going to Syria to save Zania, to the island, and then the attack in my apartment today. I left out the fact that Blake had a girlfriend who he'd soon be forced to marry, per his father's orders, because I didn't think Ginger could take it. They were speechless for a long while.
"It's starting,"
Marna finally said.
"Yep,"
I whispered. "Bring it, assholes," Ginger said. In a rare moment of camaraderie, I stuck out my fist and Ginger bumped it, causing Marna to say, "Aw." Ginger rolled her eyes. My phone rang, once again sending my heart into my throat. Would it always be like this now? Constant trepidation? I let out a breath when I saw the screen. "It's just Jay." Marna's beautiful gray eyes got big when I answered. It was loud in the background.
"What are you up to tonight?"
he asked. "Nothing much." I winked at Marna. "What's up?"
"I don't know. I kinda don't want to go home after work and be alone. I thought maybe if you were at a party or something, I'd hit it up and hang with you."
I couldn't remember the last time Jay wanted to hang with me. I mean, naturally, a guy should want to hang with his girlfriend, and I always understood that. But it felt kind of nice. I'd missed him. "Where are you?" I asked.
"I'm DJing in Atlanta, but I'm done in half an hour."
I grinned. Marna grinned. Ginger rolled her eyes again. "What if some friends and I come to you instead?"
"For real? That's cool. This club is 18 and up."
He gave us the name of the place, which was only 15 minutes from the hotel. I felt bad on the walk over. Jay and Veronica hadn't been broken up a whole day, and I was bringing his dream girl straight to him. Veronica would be offended and hurt, even though the breakup had been mutual. I had no idea if Jay would still be appealing to Marna now that he was single. Maybe I was worrying about nothing. Jay looked super cute from across the club, in his backward hat and freshly shaven face. The DJ booth was raised up at the edge of the dance floor, and Jay held headphones to one ear with his shoulder while he changed CDs and adjusted dials. From the corner of my eye, I saw Marna staring. Hard. A group of guys in tight shirts flanked us when we walked in. "Piss off," Ginger said. Apparently, American guys were just as magnetized by an English accent as we American girls were, because they went a little goofy.
"You're British?"
one of the guys asked, starry-eyed. Judging by the look of annoyance on Ginger's face, she didn't think it was cute. She grabbed Marna's hand, who in turn grabbed mine, and we moved past them. I shot an apologetic look over my shoulder because, well, I understood. As Ginger wove us through the crowd and onto the dance floor, my mouth watered at the sight of people's drinks held high. After the week I'd had, my system was begging for alcohol. But as the daughter of the Duke of Substance Abuse, one drink would only fuel my longing for a whole lot more. I focused on the DJ booth instead. Ahead of me, I heard Ginger ask Marna, "Are you sure about this?" Marna's head nod was small but certain. The girls stopped just as a dark, sensual song with a thumping bass beat came on. It was the kind of song that made you want to move your body, but all I could do was stand there and gawk with everyone else as the twins broke into a smoking hot dance. Red auras popped up in fizzling bursts all around them as they moved against each other in perfect sync. I glanced up at the DJ booth and found Jay's aura blowing up like a firecracker, orange, yellow, and red. He tore his eyes away from the girls and found me, which seemed to settle his aura a little, and then a strand of grayish guilt crept in. He gave me a wide-eyed look that seemed to ask, "What are you thinking?" I gave him a small smile and shrug. The twins were only here for a night. It wasn't like Jay and Marna were going to fall in love or do anything crazy in a matter of hours. When the song ended and the twins were applauded, we left the dance floor and found a table. "I'm getting a drink," Ginger said. She gave us pointed looks, I suppose as her way of asking if we wanted anything. "One for me as well," Marna said. "Yes. No, thanks," I told her. As Ginger left, Marna lifted the hair off her neck and fanned herself. "Jay's looking fit." The way she gazed at him was sweet. "He's single, in case you're wondering." She dropped her hair, and her big, rounded eyes sparkled. "Are you being serious?" "Yes, but Marna, it just happened today." Her face fell. "Oh." Broken-hearted boys on the rebound were not a good idea. Ginger came back with 2 identical red mixed drinks and set one in front of her sister. They made a silent toast and both drank. I allowed myself a few seconds of envy before looking away. 15 minutes later, Jay was handing over the reins to another guy and joining us. Marna didn't try to hold back her beautiful smile. She stood, bouncing on her toes, and ran to hug him. "Way to play hard to get," Ginger mumbled. Jay held her with his eyes closed. He was a good bit taller than her now. They pulled back enough to look at each other, and my heart gave a squeeze at the way they gazed with open adoration. "This kid is not good for her," Ginger said under her breath. I didn't respond. What Ginger meant was that Jay was good for Marna, but in our world, good was bad. Marna couldn't afford to fall in love when she was expected to work as an adulteress. Kaiden and I posed a huge danger to each other, but we'd chosen to be together anyway. Jay knew nothing about angels, demons, or Nephilim. Starting something with him would only end up in heartache for Marna and him both. I should have probably thought this through better. "What are y'all doing here?" Jay asked. He looked down at Marna's uniform. "Layover?" "Just a quick one. We leave at 5 a.m. Jay whistled. "Well, this is a nice surprise. It's great to see you." He smiled, but the edges of his eyes drooped from the day's emotion. Marna patted his cheek. "Come on, gorgeous. Let's get out of here." The 4 of us left together, Marna never letting go of Jay's hand. Ginger glared down at their joined hands from behind them. I understood her worry about Marna, and I had my own worries about Jay's vulnerable human heart, but I also knew it would do no good to try to come between them. We exited into the hot, muggy night, and Ginger wrinkled her nose. "It's bloody stifling here in the summer." "Yep," I agreed, though I was used to it. "What do you guys want to do?" Jay asked. "There's a diner on the corner that makes awesome milkshakes." "Ooh!" Marna clapped her hands. "I'm beat," Ginger said. "You can go back to the room," Marna told her. Ginger narrowed her eyes. "Not without you." I expected Marna to cave to her sister's forceful wishes, as usual, but she held her ground. "You can stay or leave, but I'm not ready to go." Marna lifted her chin. Ginger's little nose flared in annoyance as they battled in a silent stare-down. Then she snapped, "Don't stay out late." "Bye, Ginger," I called as she sashayed away. "See ya," she answered, not looking back. "You seem tired too," Marna said to me with a sympathetic tilt of her head. Dude, I was pretty sure Marna had just told me to get lost. I was beyond exhausted, now that she mentioned it. Yeah, I am. I looked at Jay. You okay? His mouth went up on one side in a half grin.
Sure.
He threw an arm around me and pulled me in. Then the three of us walked to the diner, which was a few blocks from my hotel. I'm gonna head out, I told them. Please, be careful. We will, they answered together. I'll call you tomorrow, I said to Jay. Then I walked to the hotel with a dainty switchblade in my closed fist, eyeing every shadow until I was safe in my room. I checked the bathroom, closet, and under the bed before flopping down on it. I texted Patty to let her know I was safe, and she texted right back. We kept the messages brief and generic, but I still deleted them. Without bothering to stand, I stripped off my jeans and tossed them to the floor. As I was about to climb under the covers and call Kaiden, I got a devious thought. I turned on the camera feature of my phone, struck a pose, and took a picture of the bottom half of my body. It was so silly looking that I started laughing at myself. How in the world had I landed Mr. Sexy? Determined, I struck different poses, shaking my head, laughing or groaning at each picture, and deleting them immediately. And then I took one that made my whole body go still. Wow, that one was kind of nice. I was lying on my side, one leg hitched up with my feet tangled in the covers, and it was a great shot all the way from my lower back down. I was wearing panties with black lace trim. Nothing crazy, but the whole angle really worked. I stared at the picture for a long while. My thumb hovered over the send button, then over the delete button. I chewed my lip. Kaiden loved me. He'd be shocked if I sent this pic, but he wouldn't think less of me. Still, each time I envisioned him opening it, I felt a hot wave of embarrassment. I hit save and dropped the phone next to me, falling back on the pillows. Maybe I'd send it someday. Maybe. Chapter 4. Hellos and Goodbyes. A light, persistent knocking woke me at 4 a.m. I saw Ginger through the peephole and let her in. My eyes darted down the hall, but there was no sign of Marna. It was the first time Ginger had ever looked less than perfect. Small purple bags rested under her eyes. "What's wrong?" I asked. "Where's Marna?" "She went home with your friend last night," Ginger spat. "We had a row about it over the phone, but she wouldn't listen. You have to rein in that bloke of yours, Anna." "Ginger? Man, she was prickly this morning." "No, Anna, this is bloody serious, and you know it. She's already talking about coming back to see him next week." Anxiety spread through me like nettles. This was the worst time for any of us to veer off our paths. The Dukes and Whisperers would be watching. If she started making frequent trips to Atlanta, her father was likely to notice. "You can use your persuasive ability thing," Ginger said. I shook my head. "It won't work if they want to be together. They'll fight it." Marna was desperate for love, and Jay was a relationship kind of guy who was on the rebound with a girl he was wild about. "I'll talk to Jay," I promised. Ginger pulled out her phone and shoved it under my nose, asking, "By the way, have you seen this?" I took the phone from her. It was an article from a Santa Barbara newspaper. The headline read, "Local extreme sports star engaged." It had a picture of Blake and his girlfriend, fiancé, Michelle, sitting on one of his motorbikes, beaming. They looked gorgeous and in love. "Oh no," I whispered. I looked into Ginger's broken face. "His father is making him. Whatever, She snatched the phone back and shoved it into her purse with a shaking hand. "Ginger, got to go. Take care." She slung her purse over her shoulder and left. I tried to go back to sleep, but I couldn't relax. Ginger and I weren't exactly friends, but I still hated to see her upset. Marna and Blake were the only people she cared about. At 5, I pushed myself out of bed. By 7, I was parking outside of Jay's house, greeted by the scent of wild honeysuckle bushes. His home was quiet, everyone sleeping in since it was a Saturday. I let myself in, like everyone did at Jay's place. He was conked out on his rumpled bed, lying diagonal across it. I sat next to him and gave his shoulder a gentle shake. "Jay," I whispered. He didn't budge. I shook him harder and said his name louder. With his eyes closed, he grinned and flung a heavy arm over my lap. "Jay, it's me, Anna." His eyes cracked open, and he pulled his arm away.
"Dude, sorry."
His voice was groggy.
"What time is it?"
"It's 7. I need to talk to you." He sat up and scrubbed his eyes with the back of his wrists before giving me his sleepy attention. "I don't think it's a good idea for you to jump right into something with Marna." He blinked and scratched his short hair with both hands.
"It's nothing to worry about. I can't believe you came all this way out here to say that."
"I'm serious, Jay. I love you both, and I don't want to see either of you hurt. Plus, if Veronica found out..."
"She dumped me. I'm allowed to have a little fun, right?"
Guilt spun around his chest.
"We're just hanging out."
I gave him my "yeah, right" look, and he gave me a sheepish grin.
"You're not gonna tell Ronnie, are you?"
he asked. "No way." The breakup was mostly her doing, but she'd still go ballistic with jealousy if she found out he'd immediately moved on with her nemesis.
"Do you hate me?"
he asked. Of course not. I needed to talk sense into Jay, but I knew how it felt to fall for somebody. Nothing anyone said could stop it. "It's just that Marna lives in England," I explained, "and her dad is really controlling. He'd never let her move here."
"Yeah, I know, but she's a flight attendant, so she can come here on her days off and stuff."
He sounded way too hopeful. "That's such a long trip, Jay. It's going to get really tiring."
"You're the one with a boyfriend on the other side of the country, so you don't have much room to talk."
Well, crap.
"Anna,"
he said, searching for words.
"There's just something about Marna. I didn't think we'd ever be able to be together, you know? But I've always thought about her. Probably too much. Ronnie used to test me. She'd ask stuff like, 'What would you do if that British girl came back right now and tried to get you to break up with me?' And I'd tell her she was crazy for asking, 'cause I knew that would never happen. But really,"
he cleared his throat and dropped his eyes,
"I knew what I'd do. As much as I loved Ronnie, I always thought about Marna. Everything feels different with her. Bigger. I can't explain it. Like she's my soulmate or something, and I don't even believe in that crap."
I get it, Jay. I really do. But Marna isn't at a time of her life when she can settle down with you. I don't want you to get your hopes up about her.
"You worry too much."
He slid back down into his bed and closed his eyes. I rubbed the top of his thick blonde hair and sighed. Go back to sleep.
"Night-night,"
he mumbled. And he fell asleep. How nice would it feel to be so free of worries you could slide into sleep that easily? I hoped Jay's life would always be like that. Outside in the warm morning, I climbed into my car and called Patty. "You doing okay?" I asked her. "Fine. You?" "Yeah, just tired. I think you should stay where you are until it's time to move." She sighed. "You're probably right. There's plenty of stuff in walking distance. I should go over to the store and get a couple novels to keep me busy. I'll need my car eventually." "Yeah, once I get word, I'll come get you, and we can run back to the apartment to grab our stuff and leave." All right, sweetie. Be safe. A sudden chill slid up my spine. My thumb hit the end button, and I heard the Legionnaire chuckling inside my head, a rattling, insidious sound. I turned and jumped at the sight of the dark whisperer behind me in the car. Its ugly face grinned in gleeful malice, and its giant wings stretched through the sides of my car. How long had it been there? The hearing of demon spirits wasn't very good, but in this small, quiet space, the whisperer would have had no trouble. I went over the conversation in my mind, searching for anything incriminating I might have said. Any little thing could be used against me at this point. "What do you want?" I asked, letting my irritation show. Again, it chuckled, and without answering, flew away. What the heck was that about? Just a checkup? I had to be more careful, constantly on guard. This was why Marna needed to stay away from Jay. Hopefully, she would do the smart thing. For once, I was siding with Ginger. Not knowing if or when Farzuf might come back to town, I got out of Atlanta and drove to a mall. I walked around all day, buying a few things. At 4 o'clock, I went to see a movie by myself, which was lonely, but it passed the time. I never stopped looking for demon spirits. Veronica called to see if I wanted to hang out, but I told her I couldn't. The incident with the whisperer in my car was too fresh on my mind. I promised her we'd see each other before she left in 5 days. I hoped I could keep that promise. My anxiety was rising. Dad hadn't contacted me or sent his ally spirit, Azael, with any messages. I hated waiting. By the end of day 3, I'd bitten off all my pretty fingernails. I'd seen a whisperer every day. Each day, one would find me, swoop down, circle me, and leave, as if monitoring my location. The only good thing was that after they spotted me, they left me alone. On day 4, after my daily whisperer sighting, I went to see Veronica. "I can't stay long," I said. All of her bags were packed in her room, and stuff was lying around with the look of someone in the midst of moving. Something inside me ached at the sight. Close to Veronica's chest, like a thin band around her, was a deep blue sadness. On top of that was a fizz of orange excitement with a sprinkle of gray nervousness. Emotions were funny things. I reached for her hand, and she took it, then looked down at my fingers. "What did you do to your nails?" "Oh, I've been kind of stressed." "Sheesh, Anna. You could have at least cleaned them up with a file. Can I do your nails, for old time's sake?" "Sure," I said. Her dark, thick hair had been recently cut and blown out in a voluminous style around her jawline. I memorized the look of perfectly drawn eyeliner around her almond eyes, the slant of her regal nose. We sat down on the floor with her basket of polishes. Veronica talked to my nails. "Don't worry, you poor things. Ronnie'll take care of you." She gently filed the messy nubs, and I bit back a wave of emotion. "How's Jay?" she asked, without looking up. I cleared my throat. "He's okay. How are you?" "I'm okay too, I guess. It's weird, though. I miss him, but I feel like I don't have the right to call him anymore. It's hard to stay friends after you've been together." "Yeah," I whispered. "I wonder if you'll meet someone in Spain." She grinned up at me. "We'll see. I don't want anything serious, but I'm counting on a lot of hotties in my near future." "I'll miss you," I said. She patted my hand. "Don't get sappy. No tears. Just think of me when you do your nails, okay? And for God's sake, don't bite them anymore." My poor nails were the least of my concerns. Chapter 5. Marna. I missed Kaiden like crazy. It had only been 5 days since our video chat, but it felt so much longer. We were trying to stay cautious, to chat only when we knew it was safe, but it was hard. I was tired of bouncing around to different hotels every day, hanging out in their gross bars, sipping cokes, so that if whisperers came, I could jump into action. I was only 18, but I had a fake ID to buy alcohol if necessary. I was bored, lonely and impatient, waiting for Dad to give me the thumbs up to leave for Virginia Tech. I was surprised to see Ginger's number calling me that afternoon as I sat in my hotel room, reading about a swoony alien guy. Books were about the only thing that could distract my anxious mind. "Is she with you?" Ginger asked, sounding frantic. She was obviously Marna. "No." "Shite. She snuck off when we got stateside." I set down my book and sat up. "Are you here?" "No, I'm in Newark, the armpit of the bleeding world. Will you find out if she's with your friend and call me straight away?" "Okay." We hung up, and I called Jay. It rang so many times I thought voicemail would pick up, but then he answered. "What's up?" "Is Marna with you?" I asked. He got quiet. "That's a yes." I sighed. This was not good. I heard Marna say in the background, "Oh, just tell my sister I'll be back in time for our morning flight." "She just wanted to know where you were," I said. "Well, she's suffocating me. I don't have to answer to her."
"Dude," Jay said, "how can you two hear each other when the phone's at my ear?"
We both got quiet. "I'll tell her she's okay," I said, and then hung up. Ginger answered immediately, and I told her, "She's fine. She's working here tonight, but she'll be back in time for your flight in the morning." "Ugh!" Ginger screamed into the phone and disconnected. 4 hours later, I was sitting on a stool in a bar, playing a game on my phone and ignoring the stares from 2 men when Ginger called again. "We need to meet so you can take me to them," she said. "This has to stop." "You're here? I don't think this is a good—"
"Just meet me."
She sounded desperate. We met in front of the superstore in Cartersville. We both stepped out of our cars into the humidity, searching the skies and crossing our arms.
"Take me to her,"
Ginger demanded. I hesitated. "I think Marna needs to get this out of her system," I told her. "I'm worried that the more you try to stop her, the more she'll cling to him." She appeared to be barely containing her anger.
"I swear, Anna, I'll chain her up if I have to, but she is not staying another night with him. I won't let her endanger herself for some stupid human boy."
I took a deep breath. These were touchy circumstances. If whisperers caught Marna hooking up with a boy just for fun, and not for the purpose of making him cheat, her father would have her killed. Worse yet, the Dukes would probably make a spectacle of her death as a lesson to the other Neff about the importance of working. "If I take you to her, will you promise to try to stay calm?" Ginger gave me a tight smile.
"I'll be calm."
I so did not believe that, but while I couldn't tell her how to deal with her sister, I could tell her how to deal with my best friend. "I can't have you yelling at Jay. He doesn't understand." "Fine." "All right, let's go." She followed me to Jay's house, and I texted him from the gravel driveway to let him know we were there. I didn't want to walk in on anything. Ginger came in behind me, wearing a face of stone. Jay opened his bedroom door as we came down the hall. He wore jeans and was pulling a shirt over his head. I opened my senses to feel the anxious confusion in his gray aura.
"What's going on?"
he asked, looking back and forth between us. "It's hard to explain, Jay," I said. His guardian angel stood close, protective as ever. Ginger never stopped moving, so Jay stepped out of her way, and we all went into his room. Marna sat on the bed with one of Jay's pillows on her lap. Something about her seemed off. I couldn't put my finger on it. I searched the room, wondering where the strange vibe was coming from. Jay walked over and stood next to Marna, who gave her sister a defiant stare as Ginger's sharp eyes went from Marna to Jay and back to Marna. Oh man, she did not look happy. The twins could sense romantic bonds between people, everything from attraction to love and marriage. Was that what was happening to me? I'd never sensed bonds between people before, but I couldn't place the awareness I was experiencing.
"I'm sorry," Jay said, "but I don't see what the big deal is. We're both adults. We're just hanging out."
"Just hanging out?" Ginger asked sweetly. "Not falling in love?" My heart kicked with surprise. Was that what she saw between them? But he'd just been in a relationship with Veronica. I felt lightheaded. This was so like Jay to let his heart be snatched up by another so quickly. I watched Jay and Marna exchange a tender glance, and sure enough, a fluff of pink floated up around Jay. Then he looked at me, and his eyes dropped to the floor, a wave of gray guilt covering over the pink.
"It's time to go,"
Ginger said in her don't mess with me voice. Marna lifted her chin. "I'm not leaving, Jin. I'll take the red-eye to New York and be back in time for our flight."
"Don't do this,"
Ginger warned. Jay looked at her like she was crazy. Marna flung the pillow aside and stood face to face with her sister. I rocked back on my heels and gasped, slapping a hand over my mouth. My body reacted, heart pounding, limbs shaking, a chill of disbelief zipping down my spine.
"Anna?"
Jay came over and grasped my arm to steady me. "What?" Marna asked. "What's wrong? Why are you staring at me like that?" She brushed a hand down her flat stomach, where my eyes had locked. "God, please, don't let this be happening." The faintest recognition of buttery light pulsed from her abdomen. I felt like I might hyperventilate as the reality of the situation crashed over me. Marna would be gone within the year, dead, because she was pregnant. "You guys had sex." It was a rude comment under any circumstances, and I couldn't believe it was the first thing to leave my mouth, but I had to know if it was Jay's. If it wasn't, he didn't need to be a part of this.
"Dude."
Jay's cheeks reddened. They definitely had sex. Marna and Ginger converged on me, pushing Jay back, searching my face for answers.
"What is it?"
Ginger asked. "Yeah, you're freaking me out." Marna crossed her arms, and I forced myself to stop staring. When I looked up, I could feel the wetness of tears on my cheeks. "I'm so sorry," I whispered. I was scared to say it, scared to put the words out there and make it real. A sob rose up in my chest, and I covered my mouth again. "Sweet Marna."
"Anna?"
Jay squeezed in and whispered to me,
"Don't cry. We didn't plan for this. I know it's fast, and I know Veronica's going to be hurt."
"It's not that." I made a spontaneous decision. Jay needed to know what he'd gotten himself into. I gathered all the courage I had in me, trying not to cry harder. "Marna," I took her hand. "You're pregnant." The three of them stared at me. Ginger was the first to react. She grabbed my shirt in both fists and shook me, screaming, "Shut up! You shut your bloody mouth!" Jay tried to pry her off me, and I grabbed her wrists, staring her in the eyes. "I'm sorry, Ginger." She shoved me away like I'd burned her and stumbled back into Jay's desk, looking rabid. Marna stood still with her eyes wide. Jay glared at me.
"This is not cool. Why would you say that?"
"She can't be," Ginger whimpered. "She had the surgery. We both did." Jay's head swung toward her, a look of confusion on his face. I'd worry about him in a minute. Right now, my mind searched for a possible answer. We heal fast. Maybe the surgery corrected itself before it had a chance to take. But I wonder why you never got pregnant before this.
Anna.
Oh, man. Jay looked appalled, and I couldn't blame him. I usually don't, Marna whispered. Her eyes were glazed when she looked up at me. I do other things if I can help it. You know, anything but.
A half-assed worker, just like you, Ginger mumbled. What the hell are you guys talking about?
Jay sounded frustrated now. Ginger ignored him and yelled, This is stupid. You can't possibly know she's pregnant, Anna. She'd be less than a week. I've always been able to sense it, I said. I opened my mouth to explain and became very aware of Jay's stare. He looked at me as if I were a stranger. Jay, I whispered, I have a lot to tell you.
You're being weird, Anna. You've always been weird, but this ain't right.
My eyes watered again. His words hurt. I knew what it must sound like to him. Ginger stepped up to Jay. I need you to shut up and stay out of this while we figure it out. Then we'll all leave you alone, and you won't have to see any of us freaks again. His face scrunched in bafflement. Stop it, Jin. Marna grabbed Jay's arm, and he wrapped it around her, glancing at our faces like he'd found himself in another dimension.
I'm not going anywhere, Jay said. I just want to know what's going on.
I can sense a warmth, I said, pushing on despite the overwhelming awkward tension. It's like an aura, but different. I can feel the extra life force.
It's a multicellular freaking zygote, Ginger screamed. Not a life force, not a soul.
I didn't say. I meant, I just don't know. It was so hard to explain. It's like an extension of Marna, only a tiny separate entity. Ginger started pacing.
Oh, God, we need one of those morning after pills.
Marna's eyes widened.
I'm not taking any pill. An operation, then.
Marna shook her head.
It doesn't work, Jin. You know that. Other Neff have tried it, and it kills them just the same.
Jay dropped his arm from Marna's shoulder and stepped back. I'd never seen him so freaked out. The twins kept arguing.
Those other Neff couldn't have been as early on as you, Ginger reasoned. If there's no soul in the thing yet, then you're safe. When do babies get their souls?
Both sisters looked at me, and I shook my head. I have no idea. I knew souls were created in the heavenly realm, and the Maker knew every detail of our earthly lives and our purposes, starting from conception, but it was never specified at what part of the process the soul was embedded in the flesh.
I'm not having an abortion, Marna said. I don't care if there's a soul yet or not. I'm not having one. Why the hell not?
Ginger's voice reached an all-time high. She got in Marna's face.
Don't be an idiot. There could still be time.
Marna blinked, and tears streamed down her cheeks.
And I could die today. I'm not doing it.
Jay and I stood watching, silent. Ginger was shaking. Marna covered her mouth, her eyes spilling over as she sat on the bed. I'm going to have a baby, Jin, she whispered.
You will be dead, Marna, dead. You won't get to enjoy it. You can't be a mother.
But you can raise her and tell her about me. Ginger reeled back, scowling.
I don't want anything to do with this creature. And how will I raise your stupid baby when I'm working? Shall I ask Grandfather Astaroth to babysit?
She looked wildly around the room, then grabbed Marna's wrist.
We're going to a clinic, now.
Ginger turned, and Marna twisted out of her grip.
I'm not going.
A vicious, crazed scream tore from Ginger's lips. Marna tried to reach for her, but Ginger slapped her hand away. "Gin, please," Marna sobbed. Ginger turned to me, and I froze. "You, fix this. Pray." "I am," I promised her, "but I don't get everything I ask for, Ginger." "You're his little prodigy child, aren't you?" "No, I don't have any more access than you or anyone else. Maybe we could all pray together?" I reached for her hand, but she yanked it away. "I am not praying. He let this happen. He bloody hates us." Ginger made a sound that broke my heart, and then reached for her keys and ran from the room. Marna covered her face. I pulled her to me, and we hugged, both of us crying. My heart was in shreds. "Give her some time," I whispered. "She just needs a minute to herself." I glimpsed Jay backing himself against the wall. Marna and I pulled away and faced him. He didn't look scared anymore. He didn't look anything, just kind of blank and pale, like it had been too much for him and he'd shut down. "Jay?" Marna whispered. We didn't step any closer to him. In a robotic voice, he asked,
"Can you please tell me what's going on now?"
Marna and I looked at each other. She gave me a nod. I turned to Jay's guardian angel, half expecting him to shake his head, but he only watched me sadly. "It's going to sound crazy," I told Jay, "even worse than the conversation you just heard."
"It could not get any crazier. Just tell me."
I took a deep breath. "There are angels on Earth, Jay, and demons too." He didn't move. "Most of them are in spirit form, and you can't see them," I continued, "but 12 of the demons are in human bodies. They're called the Dukes." I looked at Marna's pinched face, and she nodded for me to keep going. Jay was still in zombie mode. "Our fathers are 2 of the Dukes," I whispered. "Same with Kai and Cope and Blake. We're children of demons." No reaction whatsoever. "We're called Nephilim," Marna said, "but we usually just say Neph." Still, he was unresponsive, eyes glazed. Marna looked worried. "We can prove it to you," I said. "Come with me. We'll leave our cell phones here. Marna, you stay and listen, okay?" She nodded. I motioned for Jay to follow, and he did. We got into my car and drove down the street, almost a mile away. I felt his eyes boring into the side of my face the whole time. I stopped the car and parked. "Tell me something nobody else knows," I said softly. "When we get back to your room, Marna will tell us what you said, because she can hear us right now."
"How can she hear us?"
"We have supernatural abilities, heightened senses." At first, I didn't think he'd play along. His eyes widened, but he was silent. He finally spoke, and his voice came out quiet and dry.
"Okay. I used to dream of Marna when I was with Veronica. I always woke up feeling guilty, but I couldn't help it. And I'm pretty sure I'm still dreaming now, only it's not such a good dream anymore."
"Oh, Jay, I know this is a lot to take in. I only found out when I was 16, and it's still hard for me." He looked at me now, really looked at me.
"Angels and demons aren't real, Anna. They can't be."
"They are," I whispered. He stared at me.
"I just don't get it. You're both sweet. How can you be part demon?"
"We have urges, Jay, worse than any human could understand."
"Urges."
He continued to study me. "Drugs and alcohol for me." He sort of swayed backward as understanding rocked him. I kept going. The twins deal with adultery, cheating. We're meant to hurt people." His brown eyes swelled while he pieced everything together.
"The night I was DJing, New Year's Eve, when we—"
"Yeah," I said. "She saw a bond between you and Ronnie. There were demon spirits watching, and she worked on you, but she lacked you, genuinely, and it says a lot that she loves you now, completely single."
"She really loves me?"
"The twins can see bonds. Ginger saw love between the two of you today." Poor Jay. He looked so overwhelmed. His eyes shot to mine again.
"Is Patty—"
"No." I shook my head. "She's human. All the other Neff were raised by their fathers and Neff siblings, but my dad was in prison, and I don't have siblings."
"What about all the mothers?"
he asked. I swallowed hard, feeling the burn behind my eyes again. I had to catch my breath. "They all died during childbirth, Jay." My eyes held his, waiting for the terrible moment when he'd understand. Earthly bodies aren't made to be able to release a Nephilim soul.
"Even—"
He stared down the street in the direction of his house. "Even Marna," I whispered.
"That's why her sister's so upset."
I watched Jay grow up in that moment. He sat up straighter, and his eyes cleared. He wore an expression of bravery. It was a sad and beautiful thing to see him so serious.
"Take me back to her,"
he said. I turned us around and did just that. He leaped from the car when I pulled into the driveway and ran into the house. When I got to his room, I found them sitting on the bed, Jay holding her, letting her cry into his chest until she quieted. "You dreamed of me?" she whispered.
"Yes."
He kissed her forehead. Marna gazed up at him. "I can see that you're afraid, but happy. Me too."
"You can see it?"
he asked. She pulled back and ran her fingers through the haze at his chest. "Your aura." Jay shot me a questioning look. "We see emotions as colors," I explained. "Anna can feel them as well," Marna added. "She's different from the rest of us." Jay raised his eyebrows, and I shrugged. He came forward and hugged me more gently than normal, like I was fragile. I squeezed him until he squeezed me back. I didn't want him to treat me differently. He pulled away and stared down at me as if seeing me for the first time.
"All along, you could always see this stuff? And you had, like, superpowers?"
I dropped my eyes. The heightened senses had been a struggle for me. It's not as cool as it sounds. I've always hated it, and I'm still not so good at it.
"And Kai—"
Jay's eyes widened.
"Dude."
"Yeah," I said.
"It's all making sense now."
He sat on the bed next to Marna again. Their hands immediately linked.
"So, what makes you different from them?"
he asked me. "Their mothers were all human. My mother was a guardian angel. That's why I can see the pregnancy when other Neff and the Dukes can't. It's an angel ability."
"Nuh-uh."
I saw in his eyes that his perception of me fully changed in that moment. From the silly, strange Anna he'd once known to an Anna who elicited awe.
"So your mom was an angel, but your dad's a demon?"
"It's complicated. They knew each other in heaven before he became a demon." Jay stared at me. "I'm still just me," I promised him.
"No, you're more."
I shrugged again, embarrassed by the attention.
"And wait," he said. "There's really guardian angels here on Earth?"
"Yes," Marna said. "All humans have them." Jay got still.
"I have one?"
Marna and I nodded, and then giggled as Jay's head swiveled side to side, searching. "You can't see him," I said.
"No way. No way."
He jumped up and spun now, looking right past his guardian angel, who stared down at him with a look of mirth on his celestial, misty face. "I think he's laughing at you," I said. Marna giggled and nodded. Jay went into spaz mode.
"For real? I got a cool angel with a sense of humor."
"He loves you," I told him. "He's always watching over you."
"Like, as in always, always?"
His eyebrows went up. Marna giggled again.
"Yep," I said. "Oh man, this is crazy."
His face paled, and he started babbling.
"Holy crap, demons! What did they do exactly? Never mind, I probably don't want to know. I knew there was something messed up about your dad, but dang."
I didn't want to talk about our fathers. Jay would learn soon enough about the demons. He'd have to know everything he was getting himself into. Even mentioning the demons gave me the creeps. Dark thoughts raced through my mind, followed closely by a tumbleweed of emotions. Jay was in danger. Marna had less than 40 weeks to live. If the Dukes or Whisperers found out about this baby, the child would be killed. I pressed a hand to my chest. What were we going to do?
"You all right, Anna?"
Jay asked. I nodded and shot him a quick smile. "Yeah."
"Do you think your sister's okay?"
Jay asked Marna. Marna's face darkened. "I've never seen her that upset. She's always been protective of me, but this isn't something she can save me from. I know she feels like the world is ending, but if I give her a little time and space, maybe she'll be okay." Marna met my eyes, and I could see we both knew. Ginger, the mama bear, would be wrecked by the loss of her twin. I couldn't imagine the world without Marna, so I couldn't begin to understand how it felt for Ginger. "I'll talk to my dad and ask what he thinks we should do." Jay jumped to his feet, a terrified look in his eyes.
"You can't tell him."
"Her dad is good," Marna explained. We spent the next hour explaining everything to Jay, from meeting Kai, to my parents' story, to the Great Purge when demons killed all the Neph, to Sister Ruth and the prophecy that said I'd rid the earth of demons. By the time I got to the events on the island, Jay looked ill.
"Is there anywhere I can take the baby to be safe?"
Those words made me dive forward and hug him, getting choked up. "Oh my gosh, you're going to be such a good daddy." I heard Marna sniffle. "You'll take good care of the baby, Jay," she said. We were a mess. I wiped my eyes and thought. "We took Zania to a convent. What about a church? Demons avoid places where 2 or more people convene in prayer."
"I'm on it,"
Jay said.
"I'll contact every church I can find and see if they have something, like a room to rent or a basement or anything. I don't know. I'll figure out something."
Marna beamed up at him.
"It'll be okay,"
he said to her. He sounded strong and sure. He sounded in love. Chapter 6. Lie Detector. Like every other night in the hotels, I couldn't sleep well. I spent a lot of time begging for peace and clarity, and now I had the Marna situation on my mind too. I couldn't think too hard about losing her. I just couldn't. I wanted so badly to talk to Kai about it, but for all I knew, he was flanked by Whisperers at any given time. I wanted to cry with relief that night when I received a text from my father.
"Where are you?"
I gave him the name of the hotel and the city, Marietta, Georgia. I waited, but he didn't respond. After an hour, I was starting to get worried and considered leaving the hotel in case someone else had gotten a hold of my father's phone. Just as I was shoving stuff into my bag, I heard a familiar, gritty voice in my head.
"Greetings, daughter of Belial."
I'd gotten good at controlling my reactions, even while my innards liquefied with fright. "Azael," I responded telepathically. He peered down at me, his heavy feline features fixed in an intense glare. My pulse slowed as I watched our spirit ally, but my nerves were still shot as I waited to hear his news.
You will have Nephilim visitors. Be careful what you say.
Neph visitors? Oh, heck no. I shoved the last of my things into the bag and ran to the door as Aziel flew away. I lost my cool, letting out a scream when I swung the door open and found two people standing there. A young girl with dark, slicked-back hair, and a blonde man with sharp cheekbones and icy eyes. Both had black badges at their sternums. "Going somewhere?" the girl asked in a high-pitched voice, her accent replacing W sounds with V's and rolling her R's. Her identity hit me with a sickening slap. Katerina, daughter of Jezebel, the Duke of Lies. I fought to control my breathing. Katerina may have looked young and harmless, but I knew better. Up close, the evil glint in her eyes made my stomach turn. She had no idea I'd been hiding under the dock on Duke Malcolm's private island. She had no idea I had witnessed the part she'd played in the death of Flynn. She was the one who told the Dukes he was lying. "What do you want?" I asked.
"We aren't here to hurt you."
The man's accent was thick and European, sounding something like Russian to my untrained ear. "Who are you?" I asked.
"I am Merrick, son of Shax from Czech Republic."
Son of the Duke of Theft. I held the shoulder strap of my bag a little tighter as he continued.
"And this is Katerina, daughter of Jezebel from Romania."
He smiled warmly. She didn't. "What do you guys want?" I asked again. I had to be careful, just as Azael had said. Katerina could sense lies, and she was absolutely no friend to fellow Neph.
"We just want to talk,"
Merrick said, never losing the pleasant smile.
"May we come in?"
I remembered back to last week when I'd seen Dad in L.A. He'd mentioned looking into the possibility of the son of Shax being an ally. That made me feel slightly better, but only a smidge. For a possible ally, he didn't keep very good company. "I was just leaving. We can talk outside." The last thing I wanted was to be stuck in a room with them. I felt the light weight of the knife in my pocket, though I didn't like the 2-against-1 odds. They crowded the doorway, but I pushed my way out. The door was almost closed behind me when Katerina slapped her tiny palm to my chest. "We prefer to speak in the room," she said. I smacked her hand away on instinct and yanked the door shut. "Sorry, but I prefer to speak outside." "You are not sorry," she scoffed. Dang it, stupid lie detector. I'd have to watch every word I said around her. "Fine, I'm not sorry."
"It's all right, Katerina."
Merrick smiled at me.
"You can hardly blame her for being cautious, yes?"
He gave her a look that said something along the lines of, "Chill out, you're scaring her." She rolled her eyes and started moving to the exit door down the hall. She looked like a soldier, the way she marched in her black pants and stiff button-up white shirt. "Come on then," she called brusquely. Merrick shot me an apologetic glance and gestured for me to go next. I went, looking over my shoulder at him several times with distrust. I had the hilt inside my bag, since I was wearing shorts, and I wasn't letting his stealthy hands anywhere near it. When I slowed near the door, Merrick bumped me from behind, and I let out a little screech, turning on him. He kept a hand on my shoulder to steady himself, and I had to shove him away with an elbow.
"My apologies,"
he said, all innocence. He slipped his hands into his pockets and nodded down at the paper outside someone's hotel room door. The caption was about a huge pawn shop robbery in Atlanta.
The headline caught my attention.
Not knowing whether or not to believe him, I pulled the bag around from my back to my chest as I pushed through the doors. I felt the shape of the hilt through the bottom of the bag and breathed a sigh of relief. Outside, it was dark, but the air still held the heaviness of the day's heat and humidity. I didn't walk to my car, opting instead to stand in a patch of grass at the side of the hotel, away from prying eyes. I faced them with my stance wide, sliding the book bag onto both shoulders in case I had to fight, which I prayed I wouldn't. "Strange things are happening," crooned Katerina. "Would you not agree?" I kept my hands loose at my sides, prepared. "You have one more chance to tell me why you're here before I leave." She narrowed her beady dark eyes at me, and Merrick stepped forward to speak.
"We have a few questions, daughter of Belial. That is all."
"Questions from you, or questions someone sent you to ask?" I was losing patience, feeling overly anxious. "Are you a virgin?" Katerina blurted. "Great. Okay, so something you've been sent to ask," I said. She smiled, a malicious show of teeth. Dread pooled in my belly. Merrick glowered down at Katerina. "I'm not answering your questions," I said. "I don't trust you." Her smile was one of genuine amusement this time. "It's true. You don't trust me, but evading questions is almost always a sign of guilt."
"Almost," Merrick pointed out, speaking to Katerina, "but not always. You've cornered her like an animal, and she obviously feels threatened."
"If you can do better, do it yourself." The look she gave him was frightening. He had over a foot of height on her, but she stared at him as if she could take him down one-handed. "Forget it," I yelled. "It's bad enough I have to deal with whisperers following me around. I'm not dealing with a couple of Nef-2. I'm out of here." I turned for the parking lot, walking fast. "We are not finished," Katerina spat. Merrick said something to her in a different language, using a scolding tone, and she responded in kind. I heard them following me, and I was shaking by the time I got to my car. I reached into the stretchy side pouch of my bag for the keys. They were gone. A jingle sounded behind me. In a flash, I dug my knife out of my pocket, slid it open, and turned, jutting it out. Merrick and Katerina were 5 feet away at the back of my car. He dangled my keys in front of him, a pleading look on his face. How the heck had he taken them? Freaking magician. Katerina's eyes widened at the sight of my knife. "Give me my keys," I said. Merrick spoke calmly.
"I will, but I had to be sure you would speak to us before you left."
"Throw them to me," I demanded. Katerina crossed her arms. "Not until you answer our questions. If you prefer not to speak with us, I'm certain the sons of Thammuz would be more than happy to pay you a visit." The mention of the sons of Thammuz made me dizzy with fear. Thammuz was the Duke of Murder, and I knew their methods of extracting information. They'd broken sweet Marna when she was still just a child, hurting her in unthinkable ways until she opened herself to seeing the demon whisperers. A knowing smile lit up Katerina's face. "I see you know of them. Do you know what they do for a living, daughter of Belial? They assist in kidnapping for ransom heists in South America." I had to shut her up before she said another word about those 2 psychos. "I don't appreciate you showing up unannounced. I don't answer to you or any other Nef. I do what my father tells me. He's not the kind of duke you want to cross, so I suggest you give me my keys and leave me alone." Katerina began to laugh, but quickly stopped when she saw Merrick toss the keys to my free hand. She gave him a disbelieving look. "She hasn't answered our questions."
"And she won't now that you've treated her as our enemy."
I pitied Merrick. I'd hate to have to deal with the enraged mini-vamp girl. I hit the unlock button, opened the door, and threw my bag in. "Good luck," I said to Merrick before I quickly slipped in, locked the doors, and cranked the engine on. "Wait," he yelled, grabbing the door handle. His face looked panicked. "Don't leave yet." What did he expect when he threw me the keys? Katerina made a run for the front of the car to block me, but I hit the accelerator, and she jumped back as I sped away. They'd have hell to pay with the Dukes for letting me go. At the first stoplight, I opened the bag and felt around until the hilt was in my hand. Then I breathed a sigh of relief. I texted Dad with my information code, A411. I tried to keep my hearing around the two Neff, but they were both silent, and I wasn't great at following sounds of cars when other cars were around. Just to be safe, I kept driving for the next 3 hours until my body demanded rest. I pulled into the back of a Supermart's parking lot and used my backpack as a pillow. I never heard back from Dad. That night, I fell asleep, haunted by the look of regret in Merrick's eyes as I sped away. What did he regret, exactly? Was he an ally or a foe? I didn't know, but I intended to find out. Chapter 7. Jay's Future. I was certifiably grumpy when I woke in the car the next morning. If those restless moments of dozing could be considered sleeping. I texted Patty first thing. "You okay?" "Yes. You?" "Fine," I texted back. We said nothing more, and I deleted the conversation from my phone, wishing it was safe to tell her I loved her. I would have given anything to sit out on our balcony with her this morning, sipping coffee like we used to, discussing college plans and other normal things. I texted Dad again. He never responded, which made me antsier. I felt stuck in limbo, and I didn't know what my next move should be. I decided to swing by our apartment in Cartersville to check the mail. It probably wasn't the smartest move, but I tried to be careful. I stopped as I neared the neighborhood and did surveillance. No strange cars or people. I pushed my hearing into the apartment. The place was silent, but I wouldn't be going in. I got the mail and left as quickly as I could. I drove to Jay's house and sorted through the envelopes as I sat parked in his driveway. I was glad I'd gotten the mail because there were things from Virginia. Information about checking into campus housing at Virginia Tech, and letters from the bank and realtor about Patty's new house in the small town of Reiner. I shoved everything into my backpack, slung it over one shoulder with a quick glance for whisperers, and walked into Jay's house. His parents were at work, and I could hear clicking on a keyboard in his room. The door was open, so I knocked and peeked in. "Hey," I said. He tried to smile, but he looked stressed.
"I think I found something, but I don't really know what I'm doing.
I put a finger to my lips and motioned toward a pen on his desk. He picked it up and wrote in messy handwriting.
"There's a church in Atlanta that needs a night janitor, and they offer lodging."
"Janitor?" I wrote. He shrugged, seeming so much more unsure of himself than usual. He bent over the page and scratched out another message.
"I'll have to give up DJ stuff at nights, but I don't know what else to do. I can get one of those carrier things for when I'm sweeping and stuff."
I underlined carrier things and put a question mark. He pointed at the computer screen full of different baby carriers, and tears of surprise sprang into my eyes.
"Aw, come on,"
he said softly.
"Don't do that."
I wiped my eyes dry. So many things ran through my mind that I wanted to say. How proud I was of him, how awful this situation was, and how sorry I was that it was happening. But none of that was necessary with Jay. Though a navy blue stream of sadness and gray worry ran steadily through the underbelly of his aura, the rest was a pastel swirl of pink love. Jay was going to be a daddy. Despite his trepidations, he was being proactive about it. The thought of anything happening to him scared me to death. It wasn't safe for him or the baby to be in Atlanta, but I hated asking him to leave the place he'd always known as home. I took the pen. Would you consider moving to a place where there are no dukes? He didn't immediately refuse, like I thought he might.
You mean Virginia? With you?
There was a thought, but I shook my head. I have to live on my own, but maybe you could be nearby? A light bulb went off, and I wrote faster. Maybe you could live with Patty, or near her. You could help each other, and you'd only be a town away from me. The idea grew on me as I stood there thinking about it, and a grin spread across Jay's face.
Patty's awesome. I'm okay with it, if you think she'll agree.
I'm sure she will. She needed someone to mother, and she hated being alone. We both smiled. Maybe this could work. I leaned over to write more. She and I are leaving soon, but you wouldn't have to come right away. You have some time before... Our smiles vanished, and we both looked down. One thought hovered over us. Marna. Jay's jaw tensed as he slowly wrote.
I swear I had no idea. If I knew what could happen.
I took the pen from his hand. I know. We all know.
Not her sister. Her sister hates me.
I shook my head. It has nothing to do with you. She doesn't think she can live without Marna. My heart twisted every time I thought about the broken look on Ginger's face when the truth sank in. Ginger, who'd always been so strong. Everything was changing. It was time for me to leave. I'm going to give you Patty's number, and I want you to get in touch with her. Things are starting to happen. I'm under investigation, and they're determined to bust me this time. I don't want to put you guys in danger, so I'm going to keep my distance. He looked worried as he wrote,
I wish there was something I could do.
Knowing Patty has you to lean on will be helping me more than you know. I gave him a hug and was about to leave when his phone went off. He showed me the screen, which said Marna. I zoomed my hearing toward the earpiece as he answered. Jay? Marna's voice held a thinly veiled panic. Have you seen my sister? His eyes darted to me as he shook his head.
No.
I held my hand out, and he said,
Here, talk to Anna real quick.
What's going on? I asked her. She wasn't here in New York when I arrived, and she missed our flight back to England, so I made an excuse to miss it too. Now we're both on probation with the airline, but I can't find her. Marna sniffled. Crap. We shouldn't even be having this conversation over the phone. I felt fairly certain that creepy Katerina had left the area, but anyone could be listening. Even coming to see Jay one last time wasn't smart. Okay, don't panic. She couldn't have gone far. She wouldn't leave you. Do you think she was taken? Oh, God. She let out a sob. No, I don't think that. My mind went straight to the one person in the world Ginger cared for other than Marna. What about California? Blake. Marna got quiet. That would be royally stupid. Now we were both quiet. It would be dangerous for Ginger to abandon work to see Blake, especially when he was right in the middle of one of his biggest assignments, planning a grand-scale wedding with the gorgeous Michelle to provoke the envy of many. Oh no, Marna whispered my exact thoughts. That was exactly where Ginger had gone. I have to go get her, Marna said. No, I told her. You get back to work. She probably just needs a day or two to get past this, and she'll come back. What if she doesn't? She whispered. Then we'll have to intervene. But I think between the two of them, they have enough sense of self-preservation to work it out. Blake wouldn't let her stay long. We had to trust them to be smart. I'd get a hold of Kai and ask him to drag Ginger away if I had to, although I really didn't want him involved. We hung up, and Jay bear-hugged me. As we released, a dark blotch appeared on his wall and slowly grew. I felt paralyzed as the dark spirit flew into the room, an ugly face I didn't recognize. It looked back and forth between us. Jay's angel darted between him and the spirit. A million thoughts ran through my head. The notes we'd written to each other were sitting right on the desk, and there were freaking baby carriers on his computer. Thankfully, Jay was blocking it, but I needed to get the Whisperer away. I reached into my pocket and pulled out a wad of cash, handing it to Jay. "Use this toward the keg," I told him. His eyebrows went together, and I smiled big.
Yeah, sure."
Bless him for playing along. "See you at the party," I said, before turning to leave. Just as I'd hoped, the spirit followed me into the hall, and I was so relieved I winked at the ugly thing. It gave me a suspicious look before flying ahead of me, gruesome wings spanning through the walls of the hallway until it was out of sight. At the car, I texted Jay. "Destroy notes. Delete message. Get pee and go. Stuff in mailbox." Hopefully he'd have a chance to say goodbye to his parents, though I had no clue how he'd explain such a sudden move. He'd figure it out. Poor Jay. I deleted the message from my phone's memory and pulled Patty's new housing information from the backpack. With a quick scan of the skies, I stuffed the fat envelope into Jay's mailbox, then got into my car, kicking up gravel as I got the heck out of town. When you start to live outside yourself, it's all dangerous. Ernest Hemingway, The Garden of Eden. Chapter 8. Taking the Initiative. I drove up the interstate feeling tired of hiding and evading, tired of doing nothing. Dad was nowhere to be found. The fact that he hadn't responded or shown his face was bad news. He could be chained in hell for all I knew, a thought that made my confidence and hope threaten to slip away. I'd always relied on his advice, his inside knowledge. Now I just felt useless and timid. So what would Dad want me to do if he were here? It was time to take the initiative. The first thing that came to mind was Merrick, the son of Shax. Was he or was he not an ally? With a sense of resolve, I decided it was time to find out. He could still be in the U.S., or he could be back in Europe. Was I willing to fly to the Czech Republic to find him? Yes. What I needed was more information, an address or phone number to reach him. Who had Neff or Duke contacts that I could trust? Capano. His brothers still lived in Africa with Duke Alisair. Maybe they could get their hands on some information for me. I pulled into a rest area in North Carolina, parking as far as possible from the other people, families traveling on their summer vacations. Dad had warned me over and over that phone lines weren't safe, despite his military-grade equipment and all the fancy technology he used. At moments like this, I just had to trust in the precautions he'd made for us and hope for the best. I dialed Cope. He answered quickly, sounding worried, probably because I hadn't called him in ages.
"Are you all right?"
It was good to hear his soothing voice. "Yes, but I need some help." I took a deep breath and rehashed the story of Merrick and Katerina's visit and how I wanted to track him down.
"Let me make a call. I will be in touch."
I hung up, loving his willingness to jump right in without argument. I got back on the road, not wanting to stop for too long. He called back half an hour later.
"I have his number. I will text it to you."
I smiled. "You freaking rock, Cope."
"I am flying down to accompany you."
"Oh no, you don't have to do that. I know after last time you said..." He said he couldn't travel on missions with me anymore after what happened between us that winter and the subsequent jealous rage from Kaden, but saying it out loud felt too uncomfortable.
"That was a long time ago, Anna. Much has changed."
"I'm not afraid of Merrick. He didn't seem very threatening."
"He is with the sons of Thammuz and the daughter of Jezebet."
Oh, I see fear slithered up my spine. That changed things. Do you know where they are?
"Moving north, As are you, according to the last whisperer who spotted you.
Creepy, crawly sensations pricked my skin. How do you know all this?
Father told my brothers they are to be prepared to help search for you if necessary. The Dukes are using Neff to hunt for suspicious persons. I believe they hope that by putting Neff together, they will be able to draw out which ones are guilty and innocent.
That made sense, since Neff were naturally wary of one another. I looked up at the next exit sign. I'm at Mooresville, North Carolina, off I-77. I'm going to text Merrick and see if he can meet me alone.
No.
The alarm in his voice made me wonder how stupid I was being. My gut told me I wasn't in danger from Merrick, but what if I were wrong? I promise I won't do anything crazy. I'll try to find a hotel with a bottom-floor room that has a sliding door I can exit through. If he tries to bring anyone.
Anna.
Cope, I feel like we're running out of time. I'll be careful.
I do not like this.
Neither do I, but I have to do something. I'll call you as soon as I've met with him. Promise. Cope was quiet for a long while before he asked,
Do you have your knives?
I patted my pockets. Yes.
Do not let down your guard. Even if he claims to be an ally, the others will be near.
Okay. We said our goodbyes, and I felt bad for stressing him. I drove around Mooresville, which turned out to be NASCAR City, until I found a hotel with what I had in mind. Then I texted Merrick. Can you meet me alone? Daughter of B. My heart raced, and I doubted my own sanity. His response came too fast.
Yes. Where are you?
My thumbs hovered over the letters, hesitant. Where are you? I countered. His response this time took longer.
Blytheswood, South Carolina.
I did a quick search. They were an hour and a half away. With a deep breath and a prayer, I texted him my location. Then I headed to the gigantic outdoorsman store. I'd never before considered purchasing a gun, but I was scared enough to do so now. The line at the gun counter was outrageously long, and the background check stuff would probably be time-consuming as well. Instead, I browsed the knives counter and other weapons until something caught my interest. A stun gun disguised as a flashlight. It was dark out by the time I left the store with a fully charged stun gun and a slick new pocket knife, super sharp and quick to open. Then I settled into my hotel room for the wait. I stared out through my sliding glass door at the parking lot with my hands in my pockets, turning my knives over and over. I decided not to wear the hilt on me. If it came down to a fight, I didn't want Merrick discovering it. I'd stuffed the hilt between the mattresses as far as my arm could reach. An hour and a half had passed. They'd be in town by now. I was pacing and listening hard when a text from Merrick came.
Cannot meet alone.
Alarm sounded in my brain. Forget it then, I responded.
Later tonight?
I thought about it. If he wanted to trap me, he could have come straight to the hotel with the others. Maybe he really was an ally, and he couldn't lose the 3 Neff. As much as I didn't want to stay in town knowing that Katerina and the Sons of Thammuz were nearby, I was also desperate enough to have another strong Neff on our side. Fine, I texted, deleting our messages. And the wait began. I couldn't relax. All I could do was stare out the window at the people coming and going from the parking lot. My extended hearing surrounded the hotel's entrance, and it took complete concentration to keep it there and make sense of what people were saying. An hour after my texts with Merrick, something caught my attention in the lobby. A preteen-sounding girl said, "That creepy guy bumped me and didn't even say sorry." A woman, presumably her mother, responded with a terse whisper, "Stay away from that man. I don't like the look of him." My heart flew to my throat, and I fell to my knees next to the bed. I shoved my arm between the mattresses until I felt the hilt. My instincts were screaming for me to get out of there. Shoving the hilt into my backpack, I ran to the door and stuck my head out. Sure enough, at the end of the hall was a wiry-looking man with black hair pulled in a low ponytail. At his sternum was a black starburst. It grew when he saw me, and he smiled. I slammed the door and locked it, then ran for the patio door. As soon as I slid it open, a tanned hand gripped the edge. Half a scream escaped from my mouth before his hand barreled down in a hard slap across my face. Blood covered my tongue, and I stumbled to the side long enough for him to shut the back door. My book bag fell off, but I had no time to worry about it. Ignoring the pulsing pain in my mouth, I shoved a hand into my pocket. My reflexes must have been slowed from the slap, but his were fast. He grabbed my wrist and twisted it behind my back, ripping an agonizing screech from my throat, which was quickly muffled by his hand. He did all this while moving us toward the door as I struggled like mad. For a short, slender guy, he was strong. He held me against him as he walked, taking my kicks to his shins like they were nothing. His hand clamped too hard around my mouth for me to open it and bite him. As he released my mouth to unlock the door, he yanked up on my twisted wrist, and I sucked in a breath, ready to shriek again. In a heartbeat, he had the door unlocked, and his hand was clamped back over my mouth and jaw, muffling my scream. His brother pushed his way in. They moved fast and fluidly. I went ballistic. In a fit of terror, I threw my head back and butted his nose. I heard the crack, and he yelled, letting me go long enough for my hand to plunge into my pocket and pull out my knife, since I couldn't reach the stun gun. My blade came out, and my arm began slashing. I felt the steel connecting with flesh over and over, and saw the blood, but they never backed away or gave me an inch to run. Within seconds, the knife was extracted from my hand, and my arms were pinned behind my back. One of them chuckled, and that was when hysteria set in. I remembered what Katerina had told me about the sons of Thamus's kidnapping involvement. They were pros at this. I never stopped struggling, but it seemed useless, and I was tiring. I'd have to do more than physically fight them. I had to use my brain, too. My self-defense instructors held me tightly, but it was always apparent that they didn't want to hurt me. The sons of Thamus had no reservations. I felt their fingers digging, bruising, scratching. When I fought, they fought, punching, smacking, kicking, yanking hair. They took pleasure in my sounds of pain. They never ceased smiling, their eyes shining with zeal. When my struggling slowed, I was shoved face first onto the bed, on my stomach, and both men held me down. My body was spent. I was sweating and whimpering, because even in my beat-up, nearly passed-out state, I still had enough sense to be scared for my life. "What do you want?" I managed to ask between panting breaths. "We're taking you on a little trip, chica," one of them said close to my ear. They would bring me to the Dukes. Farzuf would smell me. My instructors always warned me never to let myself be taken to the second location. My thrashing began anew as my brain flared with panic. All I needed was to get my hand to my other pocket. Just a few inches. One of them grabbed my hair and shoved my face into the mattress so hard I couldn't breathe. The other beat me with a round of punches to my shoulders and back. I screamed into the mattress as his fist connected to my shoulder blade with a crack. Dear God, I'd never felt anything like it. My whole body tensed with shock as searing pain lanced through my shoulder. I couldn't take in a breath with my face smothered against the bed. I thought surely I was dreaming it when my head was released and the weight from the man behind me suddenly lifted. I rolled, dazed, and pain bolted through my upper back. For one fleeting moment, I thought I was imagining the scene before me through clouded eyes. A third man was in the room, and he was fighting the two Neph. He wore all black, including a face mask and black gloves. The way he moved and the shape of his body were familiar to me. Capano. My head swam with gratitude. I'd never seen him fully unleash his wrath until now. The sons of Thamu stood no chance. He must have managed to sneak in and get the drop on them while they were in their bloodlust over me, because they both seemed disoriented, trying and failing to escape from his fists. Cope threw one of them to the floor and was wailing on him when the other reached into his pocket. I saw the flash of silver, and I was on my feet, despite my body's protests. I grasped the stun gun protruding from my pocket and shoved it into the guy's rib cage as I pressed the button. A high-pitched snarl escaped him as the jolt of electricity zapped through his nervous system. He fell to the ground, as if paralyzed. I turned to Cope and nearly vomited at the sight of so much blood. My sweet friend was lost to the beast of wrath. "Stop!" I stumbled to his side, trying to avoid the fast swing of his elbows. I didn't want to say his name, because even if the other two had noticed his badge, they hadn't seen his face. "Stop it!" I grabbed the back of his neck from behind and stumbled forward, righting myself with my other hand on his big, moving shoulder. "Stop! We have to go!" I shook him hard. The combination of my touch and my voice made him still. A strangled groan left his throat as he took in the sight of the bloodied man beneath him, barely alive. From the corner of my eye, I saw his brother stirring, trying to sit up. "Come on," I whispered to Cope. My vision became spotty. He caught me just as I was about to fall. I blinked until the room came back into focus. "My bag. Let's go." The two of us exited through the back sliding door. I pointed to my car, which was blessedly right outside the room, and he led me to the passenger side. He then got behind the wheel, squealed tires out of the parking lot, and ripped the mask from his face. "Thank you," I whispered once we were miles away. I worked hard to focus and not pass out. I leaned against the door because when my shoulder touched the seat, I wanted to cry in agony.
"I am sorry you had to see that."
"It's okay," I whispered.
"You were being suffocated, and then when I saw him hitting you—"
"You did good. I'm so thankful you came. I should have never tried to do it alone." I winced when we hit a bump in the road.
"Do you need a doctor?"
"No." Even if something were broken, going to a doctor was too risky in numerous ways. I hated taking medicine because something as simple as aspirin made my body long for more. In this case, I'd have to make an exception. "I need ibuprofen." Cope stopped at a drugstore in the next town. We used napkins and wet wipes from my car to clean his hands. He fed me 4 painkillers every half hour as we drove north. He also got bandages for the cuts on his hands, though they healed fast.
"What happened with Merrick?"
Cope asked. I closed my eyes and rehashed the story.
"Do you think he set you up?"
"No, I don't know. Why would he have bothered to tell me he couldn't meet me alone? He could have just sent them to ambush me unexpectedly in the first place."
"But how did the sons of Thammuz know you were there? Perhaps they are using Merrick to earn your trust and deceive you."
That was a depressing thought. Maybe, I admitted. Or maybe they saw the text somehow. Or maybe they scouted for me on their own. Either way—
"Down,"
Cope hollered. I held in a wail of anguish as I scrunched my body down, out of sight.
"A dark one. It's gone now."
I stayed down, gritting my teeth. "Did it see you?"
"No, it was flying in the other direction."
I slowly sat up. "Where are we going?"
"I will leave from Roanoke Airport."
"Virginia?"
"Yes, but not until you are well enough. Where shall I take you?"
I had no clue. "Just take me to the airport with you. I'll find somewhere to go after that. I'm already feeling a little better." I felt the brief warmth of his hand touch my shoulder blade.
"It's swollen,"
he said with worry. It still hurt, but between my quick healing and the painkillers, each span of minutes was increasingly better. "I'll be okay." We passed Blacksburg, Virginia, on our way to the airport, and though the signs for Virginia Tech should have made me happy, they only served as reminders of how far removed I was from the world of humans. "There's my college," I said quietly. Cope made no reply other than a sad glance my way. As we neared Roanoke, I wasn't 100%, but I was feeling more like myself. I wonder how Z is doing, I said, and darned if a shy smile didn't fill his face.
Your father found her a place in Boston. I do not know how he did it, but a nearby monastery agreed to rent a room.
I sat forward. She's in Boston now? That's awesome.
Yes, she is thriving away from her father and alcohol.
And near you? His badge thumped, and he kept his eyes straight ahead on the road. He wet his lips, and I had the urge to ask if he'd used those lips on Zinnia yet. The thought made my face heat. Marna would have asked him, but he and I didn't have that kind of relationship, especially after he'd used those lips on me. Our trip to Australia seemed like 1,000,000 years ago, not a mere 8 months. Well, I'm glad she's doing better, and I'm glad... I rubbed my shoulder. I'm glad she has you, and you have her. He finally looked at me again, those hazel eyes searching mine. I hoped he saw the truth, that I wanted him to be happy. You like her a lot, don't you? I asked.
I like her very much, Anna.
His words held enough passion to make me shiver. When he looked back at the road, I smiled out my window. He may or may not have kissed her yet, but he definitely wanted to. My pulse jumped at the sound of an incoming text message. I pulled my phone from my bag. The message was from Merrick.
Cannot rid myself of Cat. Cannot locate 2 other companions. Not safe to meet.
My heart thumped as I tried to figure out his guilt or innocence. I read the text to Cope, and we pondered in silence. My angel side wanted so badly to trust him, but my demon side was shaking its head and telling me not to be stupid. I'm not going to answer him, and I won't contact him again.
Good,
Cope said. It was after midnight when we got to the airport. Do you have a red-eye flight? I asked.
No, I leave at 5, but it's better if we are not seen together.
Yeah, I agreed, but I still felt a gaping loss at the thought of him leaving. He parked at the curb and turned to me, the street lamp catching a glint of green in his light eyes. You saved me. They were going to take me to the Dukes. Or worse, depending on whether they could keep their murderous urges in check. I somehow doubted they'd have been punished for accidentally killing me.
I had a terrible feeling after we spoke. I had to go to you.
Thank you. Without thought, I reached across the seats to hug him. He pulled me close, careful of my shoulder. For 1 second, I worried that this contact might spark his lustful side, but it didn't. He held me gently and let me go.
Are you certain you are all right?
He asked. I'm better already. Maybe 1 more dose. Cope shook 4 tablets into my hand and put the bottle in his pocket. I imagined begging him for the bottle, but he would never give in.
Goodbye, Anna. Stay safe.
You too, Cope. Give Z my love. Miss you. I hadn't really meant to say the last part, but it was true. He was my friend, and I missed him. I was rewarded with a flash of his grin and dimple before he left me. Alone again. Chapter 9. Kaiden or the World. What now? Still hadn't heard from Dad. Desperately wanted to talk to Kaiden. Was worried about Jay, Marna, Ginger, Blake, and Patty. And here I was driving aimlessly around Virginia. A foolish part of me wanted to be near Patty and Jay, even if we couldn't actually be together. I stopped for gas in a tiny town, admiring the view of the Blue Ridge Mountains against the deep blue night sky. The scenery was abruptly ruined as 2 vile winged beings flew down and circled the car, watching me. Crap. Ignoring them, I started the car and got back on I-81. They would never leave me alone. There would be no hiding or escaping from the whisperers. I was being watched and followed. I could try to find a church like Jay, but they'd still know where I was, and they'd send their human lackeys in after me. All I could do was try to stay one step ahead. Even on the open roads, surrounded by immense earthly beauty, I felt trapped. "Where are you, Dad? What am I supposed to do now?" My brilliant plan to speak with Merrick had been a whopping failure. I wouldn't cry, but my eyes burned and my breathing felt ragged. The last thing Dad had advised, and all we Neff agreed to, was to pretend to work. Maybe that was what I should do. Instead of running and hiding, I could head to college. It was Dad's plan for my life. My next duty station, where I'd put on a show of being a student while partying it up. Would it throw the Dukes off if I kept with the working charade instead of running and looking guilty? Anything was worth a try at this point. I headed to Blacksburg, checking into a hotel since the dorms weren't open. Dorms. College. It was all in my grasp, and yet it wasn't. I couldn't even be excited by the cute town or fun atmosphere. I tossed and turned all night, sweating despite the blasting air conditioner. My whole body hurt, and I fought the urge to go out and buy more painkillers, worried I'd take more than I should. I woke at 6 a.m. from a dream that was blurred and faint. The sheets were still tangled around my hips when the knock at the door came, and my heart rate rocketed. I disengaged myself from the blankets and grabbed the stun gun and knife from the nightstand. This hotel had no window or door through which to escape. My brain whirled. Was it the Sons of Thamus? Cope had hurt one of them pretty badly. I couldn't imagine they'd be on the go already. Hotel staff wouldn't knock at the door this early. It had to be a Neff or Duke. Whisperers must have found me while I slept. Was it Merrick and Katerina again? With great effort, I forced my extended hearing outside the door and whispered, "Who is it?"
"Kaiden Rowe, son of Farzuf."
My breath stuck, and my internal organs somersaulted. It was his voice, but why did he sound so formal? And what the heck was he doing here? I sprinted to the entrance. No peephole. I stood in front of the door, shaking. "What do you want?"
"I need to speak with you. Open up."
Either it was really him and something horrible was happening, or someone was doing a dang good impersonation.
"I'm not here to hurt you."
He spoke softly, but his tone sounded dangerous. I didn't want to be scared of Kaiden, my Kai, but instincts made me clutch the knife harder. Swallowing down the moisture of emotion, I turned the doorknob. When I pulled the door open, my heart soared. He was definitely Kaiden, looking like he'd been up all night. His chin-length brown hair hung disheveled around a blast of bright blue eyes and a hardened face. Next to him, hovering with a malicious grin, was a whisperer. I was confused, nervous, elated, sickened. He'd brought a whisperer straight to me. Or perhaps the whisperer had led Kaiden. The human panty thief hadn't worked. Neither had Merrick or Katerina or the Sons of Thamus, so the Duke sent Kaiden. That fact made me relieved in one major sense. They must not be suspicious of him. He was safe, for now. So, what was Kaiden's plan? My pulse would not settle. Kaiden grabbed the edge of the door over my shoulder and stepped forward, moving us both into the room. I realized I'd completely let down my guard when I felt his hand wrap around mine, successfully snapping my knife shut and slipping it into his own pocket. He gave the flashlight a funny look before pulling it from my grasp and dropping it to the floor. The door shut, and the whisperer pushed its way through it, watching as Kaiden backed me against the wall. With the spirit watching, I had to pretend I didn't love him, just as he was doing, even if it hurt. In normal life, I couldn't stomach lying, but where whisperers and dukes were concerned, all bets were off. I put my palms on Kaden's chest and straightened my arms, giving him my fiercest look. His red starburst pumped. "Back off, son of Farzuf," I warned. A predatory grin spread across his handsome face, and the repulsive whisperer sidled closer.
"I'm only here as a precaution,"
Kaden crooned.
"To be sure our little daughter of Belial is behaving properly."
His voice sounded as it had during our first meetings, contemptuous and dark. It was so appropriate that they'd sent him, the son of lust, to make sure I wasn't a virgin. Letting my lust for him overcome me was something I could not do. If the heavenly hilt, the sword of righteousness, sensed any lack of purity of heart, it wouldn't allow me to wield it. I had to be angelic to use an angel relic. "I heard you don't even like Neff girls," I countered. He laughed, swishing hair from his eyes with a flick of his head and stepping forward again.
"I don't, but I'm willing to make sacrifices for the greater evil."
I swallowed hard. He was convincing. Too convincing. He's just putting on a show, I told myself. "So what are you saying?" I asked. "The Dukes don't think I'm working? Is that why they're sending every Neff to question me and fight me?" His pause at my mention of other Neff was minuscule, but I knew him well enough to catch it.
"Just covering all the bases. They know you're pushing alcohol, but you weren't exactly a well-rounded worker at that summit, yeah?"
"That was 1.5 years ago," I ground out. "I'm very well-rounded now."
"Prove it."
His mouth hit mine with a wave of warm, citrusy pheromones, and his body pressed me to the wall. I'd forgotten about my shoulder blade until a dull crest of pain coursed through me, and I whimpered. I felt him hesitate, as if he might stop to ask what was wrong, but then he kept going. I wanted to sink into the touch of him, but a disgusting gurgling purr sounded in my brain from the whisperer, who was watching way too closely. Kaden broke from the kiss long enough to glare at the spirit.
"Bit of a turn-off when you do that," he told it. "Mind shutting up?"
The whisperer snarled, and Kaden was kissing me again. Hard, firm kisses. This was nothing like the making out we'd done at his apartment in L.A. He was all physical business now, nothing more. I trusted him, but my feelings wavered as clothes began to shed. He took his shirt off in one swift move. When he reached for my shirt, I wanted so badly to stop him because I wasn't wearing a bra. I forced myself not to protest or cover myself as he unceremoniously yanked the top over my head and kissed my mouth again, roughly, pure lust, our bare chests touching. The desperate, self-conscious part of me wondered what he thought of my body. It was strange not to have him taking time to savor me like I knew he could, like I knew he enjoyed. At that moment, I imagined I could smell the rancid breath of the whisperer in our space, making me bitter and nervous. We had to get that thing away from us. Kaden's mouth found the curve where my shoulder met my neck, and I felt his warm hands dip fully into the back of my pajama bottoms, his hands cupping my butt, pushing my underwear down my thighs. My heart rate tripled. How far was he going to let this go?
"Take them off,"
he said. For the first time, I hesitated and wanted to cry. I'd always wondered if I'd be naked with Kaden someday, but never under these circumstances. Unleashing my emotions, I snapped, "You don't have to be such an ass." Kaden's brief laugh was a dark sound as he turned me and pushed me onto the bed. He grasped my bottoms and pulled them down my legs, tossing them away and leaving me bare. His whole body tensed as his eyes landed on the faded greenish bruises across my shins. A quick survey of my skin showed I had bruises everywhere. Kaden recovered quickly, his jaw set in hard lines. He kept his eyes on my knees or stomach after that. The red badge at his sternum was as large as I'd ever seen it, spinning and pulsing. I wished for one soft glance from Kai, one glimpse of the boy who loved me. When his gaze finally met mine for the briefest second, it was all heat and anger. I pressed my knees together, shocked that I lay naked in front of Kaiden Rowe, and he seemed not to care. He stood at the end of the bed, unclasping his belt, which made his cargo shorts droop low on his hips. I had to swallow as he unzipped them. This isn't happening. I took a cue from his playbook and appeared slightly uninterested, keeping my eyes on his chest as his shorts dropped to the floor. Don't look, Hannah, I told myself. Kaiden Rowe was nude in all his glory, and I had to pretend to be unfazed. I couldn't be caught gawking as if it was something I'd never seen, which I hadn't and didn't want to now. Not like this. He won't do it, I told myself. He won't. Not like this. He loves you. This was exactly the position Kaiden and I swore to never let ourselves get in. Naked. Together. I had no doubt in my mind that his father had sent him in the spirit. The consequence of refusing his father's will would be death. Was I willing to go all the way in this moment to save him? Even if it meant I couldn't wield the sword of righteousness, the only weapon that would help us get rid of the demons? Kaiden or the world? What kind of choice was that? Please, 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 I begged. Get us out of this. Kaiden came toward me. When the whisperer made that gross, guttural, purring sound again, I scrunched my nose. Panic and frustration made me speak out. Do you have to be here? I asked it. You're really distracting. Shut up, it said to me, as if I want to be here with you boring Neff. Then leave, Kaiden said. We're almost finished here. Anyway, I think you'd find room 108 far more interesting. This seemed to catch the spirit's interest, and for the first time since Kai and the Whisperer entered, I felt a spike of hope. The demon froze, and then bobbed up and down. You won't tell? It asked. Tell what? Kaiden said with impatience. You did what you bloody came to do. You saw me find the girl and assure she's impure. Your job is done, and I can finish mine much better if you're not hovering. The spirit pondered this a few seconds before it turned with a swish and flew through the walls, disappearing. I was afraid to breathe. We stared at the blank wall in silence for a full minute before Kaiden collapsed on the bed next to me, shoving his face into a pillow and hollering. I climbed beneath the blanket and tossed a pillow over his chiseled naked butt. My heart was beating too fast, and the thoughts in my head were too murky to decipher. When Kaiden reached an arm over and pulled himself closer, burying his face in the blanket at my lap, I was afraid to touch him. I would have stopped, Anna. His voice was a thick whisper, causing tears to streak down each of my cheeks. I swear, I'd die before I took you against your will. Please tell me you believe me. I believe you. And I did, but it had still been a scary, desperate moment that left me trembling. I was furious with the Dukes for putting us through this. What if we hadn't been able to talk the Whisperer into leaving? Things were going too far. Something would have to give, and soon. I swiped the tears from my cheeks and pushed my fingers into his hair, knowing full well the Whisperer could return at any moment. We couldn't keep touching like this. Get under the covers with me, I said. We need to lie here for a little while in case it comes back. Kaiden looked up at me, showing all the emotion he'd so expertly kept hidden in the presence of the spirit. His expression made everything inside me come to life. There you are, I whispered, stroking his cheek until I was awarded with a tired, small grin. He sat up, shifting the pillow over his lap until he was under the blanket. We lay side by side, quiet, both our chests rising and falling too fast. Kaiden trembled before seeming to suddenly remember something. He shot up and took my arm, running a hand over the bruises. Anna, Here we go.
What the bloody hell happened? Who did this to you?
I swallowed hard. Listen, Kai, I'm all right now, okay?
Who?
His breathing became faster, a raging storm brewing. The sons of Thammuz. His mouth went slack.
What did they do? I swear to God.
Nothing. They tried to take me, but I fought. And Cope showed up.
Cope?
Yeah. Kaiden was not going to like this story. I braced myself and told him everything. He looked ready to blow a fuse.
You should have called me, he said.
I thought you were in L.A. There wasn't much time, and I didn't want you to be worried. I was going to tell you everything afterward. He rubbed his face.
I can't. Anna, swear you'll never engage another Neff like that. You're bloody lucky Cope showed. God, what would I do? Look at you.
He pushed my hair aside and cursed at the side of my shoulder and back.
I'd no clue you were injured, he whispered. I was too rough.
I'm okay, I swear. You had to be rough. It was more convincing that way.
I'll kill them. Shh.
I pulled Kaiden back down to lie next to me and watched him breathe as he worked through his anger. After 10 minutes, I said, We can probably get up now, right? I think that's long enough to get the job done. My words pulled him from his dark thoughts enough to make him chuckle.
Ah, love, I'd certainly hope not.
It was a relief to hear him joking. We sat up, and just as I was about to ask if he thought the spirit would come back, he turned and kissed me for real, cupping my face. I gripped his shoulders, gasping at the feel of our bare chests meeting as our passion urged us closer. I forced myself to pull back.
Oh, God, he said. Clothes, now.
You first, I said.
Look away,
he advised.
Unless you want an eyeful.
I turned my head, partly out of embarrassment, and partly because if I let my curiosity get the best of me and he caught me staring, he might attack, and I might let him. My head snapped up when I heard Kaiden curse, and I found him standing there shirtless, facing the same hovering spirit that had left us 10 minutes earlier.
Yes, I'm obviously done,
Kaiden said to it, sounding bored. The spirit turned toward me, and even though my chest was covered by the blanket, I wanted to pull it up higher. I didn't dare move. The spirit must have said something else telepathically to Kai, because he responded in a snide tone.
You do that.
When the spirit flew away, Kaiden let out a breath and said in a low voice,
He's gone to tell Farzuf.
I swallowed a dry lump and nodded. Kai bent to pick up my discarded clothes and tossed them to me before disappearing into the bathroom. The whole time I dressed, a question continued churning inside me. Kaiden or the world? I'd been spared making that choice today, but it seemed inevitable that I'd have to eventually. Could I do the right thing if it meant Kaiden would lose his life? Tears threatened to fall again, but I fought them back, putting on a strong face and closing my eyes. Please, God, don't make me choose. Chapter 10. Worries aplenty. We opted to stay in the hotel room a while longer now that the Whisperer was gone, but we knew we'd have to leave soon. Kaiden stretched out on his back and looked longingly at my lap, which was at the perfect level to lay his head. I would have loved to run my fingers through his hair again, but didn't want to take any chances. Having him there with me felt unreal. I expected him to be snatched away at any moment. I never fully relaxed, always tense and waiting for a dark spirit or enemy Neff. What happens now? I asked.
I have to go back to L.A.
His voice mirrored my sadness.
But I don't want to leave you.
You must be tired. He pulled my hand under the covers and twined our fingers together.
I'll sleep on the plane.
I needed to be strong, but after experiencing how easily two Neff could overpower me, the thought of being alone was more frightening than ever. I haven't heard from my dad, I said. I'm starting to worry. He's gone a long time without calling before, but never when things were this serious. Kaiden sighed, sitting up and facing me, never letting go of my hand.
I have news about that. They're trying to get him kicked off Earth.
My stomach sank.
Father flew me to Atlanta yesterday morning. He said you and Belial are suspected traitors, and that there were Neff and Whisperers tracking you. I was sent with that bloody demon to confirm your lack of purity. I imagine they've got other trackers on your father, giving him hell.
I rubbed my forehead, the twinge of a headache coming on. I felt like Kaiden was giving me the abridged version by the way he stared off and thought. What else did he say to you? I asked. I studied his serious face. He hesitated. Tell me.
There was nothing more about your father.
He was staring at my hands, not meeting my eyes. I scooted closer and forced my face into his line of sight. I don't want any secrets between us.
It's not a secret, Anna. Just something not worth upsetting you about.
I crossed my arms and sat up straight. He took in my stern face. If there was anything I couldn't stand, it was being left in the dark, and he knew it. He shook his head, eyes staring at the ceiling as if exasperated.
Let's just say, my father expects you to have no trace of purity left after our meeting today.
The prophecy called for a Neff who was pure of heart. Kaiden's father had sent him to be sure I would never be able to fulfill the prophecy. So when the truth came out, someday, that I was still pure of heart, still able to fight the Dukes and send them back to hell, Kaiden would be to blame. And just like with Flynn, they wouldn't hesitate to kill him. I couldn't breathe. I had to stand up. I paced in front of the bed.
Anna.
Farzuf will kill you as soon as he gets a whiff of me, won't he?
You'll be dead on the spot, were his words.
Kaiden deadpanned. I stopped and leaned my palms on the desk, letting my head hang. Kaiden came up behind me, cupping my shoulders with his warm hands.
It doesn't matter, he said gently. You won't see him again any time soon, love. Not until it's time to fulfill the prophecy, and by then it won't matter.
I turned to face him. But what if I do see him? He'll go after you right away. They're not taking any chances this time, Kai. I felt caught in an invisible net. Kaiden's life was linked to my ability to use the sword. We were all intricately involved, like it or not. So much has happened, I whispered.
Tell me everything.
I told him about Merrick and Katerina being sent, and the constant barrage of whisperers in the few days since we'd spoken. Worst of all was Marna. My eyes burned when I thought about her. Kaiden had no idea. I wrapped my arms around his waist and pressed my face to his chest. His arms went around me as well. I need to tell you something else, I whispered. I felt the muscles under my hands and cheek tense. I held him tighter.
Say it.
My phone rang, startling me, and I yanked myself away from Kaiden to grab it. Marna, I whispered. What timing? Kaiden and I stood there, watching each other. I knew he'd be using his heightened hearing to listen. Hey, I said. Oh, Anna. She sounded like she'd been crying. She's still not back, and she won't answer her phone. It's been over a day, and I'm too scared to wait any longer. I'm going to her. Kai stepped closer, his eyebrows tightly knit with concern and confusion. I thought about Dad and what he'd done when our ally Zania was in trouble. Her own father, Duke Senelian, had given up on her because of her alcoholic ways, and he left her to be beaten and sold into slavery somewhere in the Middle East. But Dad sent a group to help bail her out. Of course, her rescue had led to the eventual death of one of them. Are there any Dukes in California? I asked. Blake's dad? Kai shook his head just as Marna said, "No, it was on the news. He died last night and left his fortune to his only son." I shivered. Blake's dad, Duke Malcolm, was most likely spiriting his way around China, his new duty station, looking for a new body to possess.
"All the dukes should be back in their respective areas," Kaiden said. "What's going on?"
"Is that Kai? What's he doing there?" "Yes, it's him. Hold on." I looked at Kai. "Can you call Blake and see if he answers? We think Ginger's with him." Now he raised both eyebrows, starting to understand, though he had no idea what had sent her running there. Kaiden turned and dialed Blake. It rang and rang, then went to voicemail.
"Ring me back straight away,"
Kaiden said to the machine, and then hung up and shook his head at me. "Listen," I said to Marna, "I'm going to meet you out there. I think it's going to take more than just you to break the two of them apart." "Are you sure you want to do that?" she asked. I was sure it was dangerous, but at this point, nowhere felt safe. I couldn't sit back and watch Blake and Ginger get themselves killed. Whisperers were bound to find them together soon, if they hadn't already. "I'm sure," I said. "I'll leave right away and call you when my flight arrives. We'll go to Blake's together."
"I'm going,"
Kaiden said. I bit back a smile and said to Marna, "Make that 3 of us." We disconnected, and I fired up my laptop to buy a plane ticket. Kaiden and I decided we'd drive to the Roanoke airport separately to avoid being spotted together, but it was a small airport with a minimal number of flights, so we'd have to take the same one. I remembered Dad once saying that the Whisperers stayed low to earth, so I felt remotely safe at the idea of being in the skies with Kai.
"Did Jin go mad when she found out Blake's engaged?"
Kaiden asked. I stopped shoving stuff into my bag and faced him. "She was upset about that, but it's not what sent her over the edge."
"So what did?"
It felt like a boulder was weighing down my chest. I'd been selfishly avoiding this moment. I saw the tick of nervousness in Kaiden's jaw. It was going to break his heart to lose one of his oldest and dearest friends. The twins had a disagreement.
"About?"
I swallowed, barely able to get the words out. "Marna's pregnant." Kai stared at me with big eyes and a slow shake of his head like he wanted to argue the possibility, and then his eyes glassed over. "I sensed it," I said, "and it's Jay's."
"Bloody hell."
He fell back to a sitting position on the bed, raking a hand through his hair as his body tensed from the shock of the news. He searched around the room as if lost before putting his elbows on his knees and letting his face fall into his hands. For one horrified moment, I thought I'd see him cry for the first time, which would have obliterated my heart. But when he looked up, his eyes were red and dry. I felt horrible bearing this news to everyone. In a way, this whole thing was my fault. If I hadn't taken the twins to Jay's club that night.
"Come here,"
Kaiden said, reaching out a hand. I took it and let him pull me to his lap. I hugged him around the neck.
"It's not your fault."
I choked up. "How did you know what I was thinking?"
"You have that sad, guilty look on your face, but you're guilty of nothing. It's better to know these things sooner rather than later."
It was true that Jay'd been able to start preparing right away, which was good, but every other aspect was tragic. I couldn't imagine a world without Marna's smile, and it was horribly unfair that they'd fallen in love, only to be soon torn apart, and the baby left without its mother, just like we'd all been. I couldn't help but feel guilty. I wondered if Jay and Patty were in Virginia now, staying safe. It's my fault they got together. I didn't think they'd move so fast, and if I'd known she could get pregnant—
"Shh, Anna. Those two always fancied each other, yeah? This whole thing is horrid, but you can't stop the inevitable."
Even in his heartbroken state over Marna, Kaiden sounded reassuring and strong. I let myself hold him while I got my emotions in check. So much was happening, and everything was at stake. We needed to get to Santa Barbara as soon as possible. "We better go," I whispered. I promised to tell him everything on the plane, and then we'd both have plenty to worry about. The only way to get rid of a temptation is to yield to it. Oscar Wilde, The Picture of Dorian Gray. Chapter 11. Ginger and Blake. A distraught Marna met us inside the Santa Barbara airport. It was the roughest I'd ever seen her look, an off-center ponytail and flats instead of heels. We rented a sedan with the darkest windows possible and drove to Blake's cliffside mansion. I shouldn't have been surprised to see a news van outside of his closed gates, considering this was major local celebrity gossip. Blake's father, a billionaire, had just died, leaving his massive fortune to the city's extreme sports star, who just last week had got engaged to a gorgeous girl from a prosperous family. Speaking of Michelle, "Pull the car over," I whispered. There wasn't much of a shoulder, but Kai squeezed to the side, and we stopped to watch. We were half a mile away, so I had to push my sights out to take in the scene clearly. "Just what we need," Kai mumbled. Parked in front of the news van was a sporty red car and a beautiful pacing blonde. "Whoa," I said when I focused on her aura, an ugly mix of thick forest green envy and dark swirls of gray. "Is that her?" Marna asked. I nodded, and we eyed each other. Michelle was stuck outside, clearly not being allowed entrance, which could only mean one thing. Ginger was definitely in there, and judging by the overwhelming jealousy in Michelle's aura, she knew it. "Can you get us a little closer?" I asked. "I'll try to persuade them to leave." Kai drove closer, stopping in the driveway of Blake's neighbor. It always felt wrong using the power of persuasion I'd gained from my double angel parentage, but sometimes it was necessary. I honed my sights on the driver of the news van and silently repeated, "Nothing is happening here. There's no story. Leave now." He started looking around, nervous-like. Finally, after a minute of my nudging, he started the van and drove away. The three of us grinned. Now for Michelle. When I started chanting the words to her, she slowly walked to her car, reached for the handle, and then grabbed her temples. She let out a mournful wail and began bawling. "It's not working," Kai said. "We've got to go in. Hope the git hasn't changed the code." We drove up to the gate, and Michelle ran to the car. "Don't you dare roll that window down," Marna warned me, but my finger was already on the switch. I couldn't just ignore this broken-hearted girl. "I know you," Michelle said to me thickly. She still managed to be gorgeous, even in her exhausted-looking state. "Hi, Michelle," I said gently. "Listen, Blake's going through a really hard time. He's sort of pushing everyone away. He let a girl in. Crap. I know," I said. "She's an old friend, like me. We're going to try to calm him, okay? Why don't you go home and rest? Give him a little time to digest everything." The gates began to swing open, and the car inched forward. "No!" Michelle screamed. "Something's going on. I'm going in." "Go to your car," I silently urged her with my angelic will. She ran to her car. When she realized the gate wasn't going to stay open long enough, she ran back, but it was too late. She was left crying at the closed gate, even angrier than before. "She's gone mad," Kaiden said without humor. He sped up the driveway and parked directly in front of the doors. The three of us jumped out, but the door was locked. Kaiden banged with his fist. We waited. He banged again. "Open up, idiot. This is bloody stupid." After what seemed like forever, the door opened. and the three of us gaped. Blake wore only low-slung basketball shorts and the hardest expression I'd ever seen. Then his sight slipped down the long driveway to where Michelle stood holding onto the gate, bawling. His green badge grew. "Stop that," I said. "She's really hurting Blake." A victorious giggle sounded from behind him, and Ginger strode up, wearing just Blake's shirt, which stopped at her mid-thigh. Her badge was circling. The two of them appeared wild, lost to their natures of envy and cheating, and probably high on the rebellion of being together after holding back so long. Ginger rested her elbow on Blake's shoulder and fluffed her bed head. Blake reached an arm around her waist. Marna stepped up. "It's time to go, Gin." Ginger kept her arm around Blake's neck, giving her sister a stare. "You're one to talk. I seem to recall that line not working on you. I'm quite fine where I am, thanks." "Like hell," Kaiden murmured, pushing past them. Marna and I followed him into the immaculate stone-tiled foyer, and Kai slammed the door, turning on the couple. "Have Whisperer seen you together?" "Course not." Blake sounded smug. Marna and I let out our breaths. "You're bleedin' lucky," Kai said. "Back off, brah." Blake dropped his arm from Ginger to step up to Kaiden. "What, you're the only one who can be with your girl?" "The Dukes were at their summit when we were together. This is sheer madness." "Guys," I said, moving closer, but they were too fired up. "Why do you care?" Ginger spat at Kai. "Because we're this close, Jin." Kaiden held his finger and thumb an inch apart. "This close to fulfilling the prophecy, and the two of you are likely to get yourselves killed." Next to me, Marna's hand went to her mouth, silent tears streaming down her cheeks. "As if you care," Ginger yelled. "You only give a shite about yourself. You want everyone to be willing to sacrifice themselves so you can finally be with your precious Anna. Well, I'm not waiting around anymore. I'm taking what I want from this damned life while I can." Ginger and Kaiden were inches apart, both angry as they shouted. "It's about all of us, not just me and Anna." "Oh, right." Kaiden grasped her small shoulders, and when he touched her, they both seemed to soften. "I don't want you dead, Jin." Her eyes watered. "I've nothing to live for now. Don't you see? She'll be gone. My sister is dying, and Blake will be married off to that cow. I'd rather be dead." Kaiden wrapped his arms around her just as she broke into choking sobs, her knees buckling. Marna started crying too, and I took her hand. Kaiden held Ginger up, stroking her hair like a big brother, and I could see the understanding and concern born from sharing a childhood together. Marna stepped to them, and Kaiden reached out, pulling her into the embrace. Blake and I made eye contact and nodded, moving together to the next room so the three of them could talk. We sat on the leather sofa. Blake leaned back, pressing his fists to his eyes. "Damn," he whispered. "Everything is so messed up." That was an understatement. I had no words. When Kai and the twins came back in, the five of us sat there in sad silence. Every moment we were together brought more danger. We all knew it, yet it was hard to force ourselves apart. Kaiden's phone rang, and we all froze. His tanned face paled as he looked at the screen and held it out for us to see. Farzuf. The four of us held our breath and listened as he answered. "I assume you took care of the girl, then?" Farzuf asked in his silky, accented English. "Of course, father. She wasn't a virgin anyhow." "Interesting." There was a long, expectant pause. "The spirit I sent to oversee the operation has been sent back to the pit of hell, never to return to Earth. Do you know why?" Kaiden's eyes darted to mine. "No, father." "Because he admitted he did not stay to see your mission through to the end. He says the two of you persuaded him to leave." "Bollocks." Kaiden stood.
That disgusting wanker was distracting. It's hard enough to try to bang a Neff without a spirit interfering. A whisperer should hardly distract you from your task, son.
The suspicion in Farzuf's voice made my blood run cold.
You're right, father, but the deed was done, and the whisperer left on his own. Obviously, I couldn't force him.
Another pause swelled the tension in the room.
I think I'll pay the girl a visit myself. A lot's riding on her lack of purity.
Goosebumps covered me. Kai's jaw clenched.
Do what you must, father, but I hate to see your valuable time wasted. Good of you to care.
It was the last thing Farzuf said before he hung up. Kaiden let out an enraged sound and kicked the coffee table, flipping it with a giant crash. We all stood. Everything's going to be okay, I said. We just all need to get back to work. At this rate, the prophecy's bound to go down soon, and we can't afford to lose anyone. What about you? Marna asked. Where will you go? I looked at Kaiden, feeling the pain in his gaze. I don't know.
Well, I don't think you should be alone,
Kaiden said.
We're all gonna have to be alone if we want to convince them we're working,
Blake said. He was right. Kaiden and I couldn't stay together, especially after we'd come all this way to keep Blake and Ginger from doing that very thing. Kaiden shook his head.
Anna can't pretend to work now that my father's searching for her. She's got to stay hidden.
Well, perhaps... Marna was cut off by her own giant gasp as a dark, ethereal form with the largest wingspan I'd seen yet dove through the window and halted above us. Our group instinctually recoiled as one. I fought to breathe and appear unafraid. We were caught. Ideas and excuses began tumbling through my mind, none of them feasible. The huge spirit swooped down, his horned head looming over the group before seeing me and advancing. This demon's face appeared as a ram, thick horns curling downward. The closer he got, the stranger I felt. I waited for fear to engulf me, but a familiar warmth filled my chest instead, the feeling of safety.
It's me, baby,
the spirit said. The voice was different in my mind, not as gruff, but still deep. Daddy? My voice cracked. He moved nearer. No wonder he hadn't called. He'd shed his body. As a spirit, his giant chest and arms were bare, and he had a strange cloth wrapped around him from his waist to his knees. His body was humanesque, and yet not. Swirly and hazy, too graceful. I felt a sense of loss, knowing I'd never see that big, scary-looking man again. I pushed away the strangeness and sadness and lifted my chin to him. Thank God it's you, I said. So much is happening. Farzuf is hounding me, and I don't know what to do or where to go.
That's why I'm here.
His voice was unlike those of any of the dark whisperers. His was a soothing rumble.
You don't have much time.
He turned his head to Kaiden, who came and stood at my side. The others watched, on edge.
What do you suggest?
Kaiden asked.
You have only one safe option,
Dad answered.
Get married.
Chapter 12. Dream Within a Dream. The room stilled as his words cartwheeled around in my head. I had that distinct feeling that came with dreams. First, at the realization that Dad's body was forever gone, and then the unbelievable words he'd just uttered, giving voice to a dream that I'd long since buried. We can't. I shook my head. It wasn't possible. If there'd been a glaring loophole, we'd have thought of it by now. Dad failed to notice one major issue. I have to stay a virgin. The sword.
No, you have to stay pure of heart, Anna, Dad said. What's more pure than committing yourselves in love?
But, I looked at Kaiden. My insides twisted at the dread on his face as he stepped back.
No.
His voice was low.
It won't work.
I wanted to reach for him, but he stepped back even farther. His face hardened into the mask I knew all too well, concealing emotion.
I'm sorry, Duke Belil,
he said to my father.
I can't marry.
I said nothing, but my heart shattered into a million shards as his rejection slammed into me. Don't be stupid, Kai, Ginger said. There's no time for this. If it can save you both, you need to do it.
Duke Astaroth will be able to see the bond of marriage,
Kaiden pointed out, sounding frustrated.
Well, he'll see the bond of love between you anyhow, which is nearly as bad, she countered.
The twins' father was the only duke who could see relational bonds. We'd need to avoid him at all cost. Kai thrust his fingers through his hair and faced away. He looked poised to run, his back muscles tense. Obviously, being a husband had never been in the forefront of Kaiden's mind, but his reaction still burned like an acid bath. If he loved me, why wouldn't he want to take this step? Yes, we were young, but we weren't normal. Yes, these were perilous circumstances, but the romantic part of me wanted him to want it all, peril or not.
Dude, come on,
Blake started. Don't pressure him, I said. If he doesn't want to do it, he shouldn't have to.
Anna.
Kaiden kept his back to us, dropping his head. I hated seeing him like this, especially with a room full of others watching. It's okay, I said. It was a bad idea. Dad watched our conversation play out, silent above us. It's not a bad idea, Marna said to me, then looked at Kaiden. Really, Kai, why the hell not? Marna, I began, but she shook her head and cut me off. That's pants. What's the problem?
Kaiden turned now, a storm in his eyes. She can't tie herself to a bloke like me and expect to come out of it white as snow. It won't work.
I sucked in a breath, stunned. She loves you, Marna whispered, and you love her. You're not going to soil her soul, babe. He shook his head.
My past has to be taken into account.
Your past is the past, I said, staying calm, and it's not going to rub off on me or something. You know it doesn't work like that. His jaw ticked as he glared at the wall. I started to move forward, just as my father's weightless form lowered toward Kaiden and encircled him. Kai stilled, as if listening. What was Dad saying? More listening and head shaking. They seemed to converse for hours. Now, Kaiden gave an almost imperceptible nod. I wanted to stop their silent conversation. For all I knew, Dad could be threatening him, like he'd once done when he wanted Kai to stay away from me. He'd gone from using all his power to keep us apart to wanting us to get married.
I need some time to myself,
Kaiden said. Without a backward glance, he left the room. I let my special hearing trail after him until he stopped on the deck outside. I looked to the other three Neff. Blake raised his pierced eyebrow. I turned on my dad and spoke to him telepathically. You'd better not have threatened him.
I tried to reason with him and reassure him.
But if this was a possibility all along, why didn't you tell me?
I assumed you'd figured it out for yourself. This is what I hoped would happen with you and the son of Alacer.
Hold on. He'd wanted me to marry my friend Cope? Ugh. I turned my back, irritated. Dad's massive spirit form moved in front of me.
I knew the son of Farzuf would have reservations. I tried to back off and give the two of you space, but there's no time for that now. I've told him that if he loves you, he needs to marry you.
Gee, no pressure, Dad, I said out loud.
Sometimes people need to be pressured to do the right thing,
he said only to me, completely unapologetic. I need to talk to Kai. I walked away from my dad and past the others. I took a couple wrong turns, Blake's house being so huge, and when I got to the back doors, Kaiden was coming in. He must have heard me. To my relief, he reached out his hand and took mine, leading me down a flight of carpeted stairs and into a cave of darkness.
"This is my favorite room,"
he said quietly. I adjusted my sights and saw that it was a mini movie theater with 4 rows of stadium seating. The walls were covered in old movie posters and pictures of pin-up starlets from long ago when it was considered unsexy to be skinny. The room was atmospheric and cozy. We took seats in the back row, never letting go of each other's hands. "Look," I began, "I don't know what my dad said to you, but don't let him pressure you. You don't have to do this. I'll find a way to hide from Farzuf." He looked resigned.
"You can't hide from him forever."
"Yes, but I don't want that to be our sole reason for getting married." He dropped his eyes to our hands, letting strands of dark hair block his face. I tried to tell myself not to be disheartened, but it was hard. Talking about marriage like a business proposition or a means to an end, it was depressing. Yes, it would keep us safe to a degree, but both our hearts had to be in it or it would be a farce, not an arrangement born of love. I began to stand. "I'm telling him no." Kaiden's eyes shot up, wild, and he held my hands tighter.
"You don't want to get married?"
I sat again. "Of course I want to, but you have to want it too, and it has to be for the right reasons."
"I'd do anything for you, to keep you safe."
His words were sweet, but he wasn't getting it. Tears of disappointment filled my eyes, and he kept going.
"When I think of what those sons of Thammuz could have done—"
"Wrong reason," I whispered. "We can't do this." I tried to pull my hands away, but he wouldn't let me.
"Anna."
"Let me go, Kai." I didn't want to bawl in front of him.
"No, please. God, I'm just not good at this, love. Any of it."
I closed my eyes and let my head fall back against the tall seat.
"I know this is something you've always wanted,"
he said. I shook my head. That was a long time ago, when I thought I was normal. I never wanted it to be like this. Kaiden was so tense. I wished I knew what he was thinking. I hated this whole stupid situation. The pressure, the rush, the unknown.
"That's what I tried to tell your father," Kaiden said. "We've no time to plan a fancy ceremony or to have a gown tailored."
"Whoa, stop." I held up a hand. "I don't need any of that fairy tale stuff. It's the marriage that matters to me, not the wedding. As long as our hearts are in the right place, we could be in pajamas for all I care." A mass of tension seemed to roll away from him. His eyes softened as he looked at me.
"But I wanted to give you all that."
Sparks of love lit up behind my eyes. I tried to gauge the jumble of emotions inside me, but it was hope that rose up and caught wind. I'd always thought marriage was special, a partnership of challenge and love. What Dad was proposing was a secret wedding, a bond between us that no one would know about except our small group and the Maker himself. A tingle of joy circled my soul as the possibility of it all became real. "Kai, please tell me what you're thinking right now. We don't have much time, and we have to make a decision." He knew I wanted it, so the ball was in his court. He froze. Then, as he searched my face with wonder, he slid from his seat and down to one knee.
"My sweet, lovely Anna, I love you, and I want to marry you, but only if you want to. Will you marry me?"
Be still, my heart. His proposal was so adorably awkward that I had to laugh, sliding out of my chair so I could face him on my knees, too. I grabbed his face and kissed him for saying exactly what I needed to hear. We kissed once, twice, 3 times before he pulled back.
Does it always take this long for someone to answer? It's making me bloody nervous.
I looked into his eyes. Yes, Kai, I'll marry you. And as we kissed again, a cheer rose up outside of the door, making us laugh.
So much for privacy,
Kaiden said with a grin. His genuine happiness sealed the deal for me, and I was warming to the thought of marrying him. Okay, I was pretty much hot for it. This was Kaiden Rowe on his knees for me. This was my desire, our mutual love and devotion. We stood when Marna came bouncing into the room, throwing her skinny arms around our necks. "Brilliant," she said. Blake and Ginger came in behind her. Blake slapped his palm into Kaiden's, and they shared a back-clapping hug.
"Man," Blake said, "you almost screwed it up. I thought you were smoother than that."
Kaiden gave him a shove and said,
"Shut it,"
but they kept grinning. Ginger was the only one not smiling. I felt bad celebrating when everything in her life was falling apart. She crossed her arms, appearing anxious. Time to get back to business. "Where's my dad?" I asked.
"He's scouting the area," Blake said. "He'll be back."
And sure enough, he flew down into the room from above, sending my heart into pounding mode.
"All clear,"
Dad said, speaking telepathically to all of us.
"I've worked out the details with the son of Malcolm."
We all looked at Blake, who gave us a wink as Dad continued.
"You'll need to go somewhere remote this evening, and then head back to your individual homes tomorrow to avoid further suspicion."
Only one night? Well, we'd have to make the most of it. My insides flipped in nervous anticipation.
"Everything has been prepared. I must leave now."
"Thank you for everything," I whispered to him. Dad moved forward, wrapping his wings around me and bringing his head down as if to kiss my head. Though I couldn't physically feel him, my soul felt whole and full. I raised my hand and signed, "I love you," and a smile lit up his otherwise frightening face. He kept his eyes on me as he flew up and away.
"All right,"
Blake said, motioning us into a circle.
"I've got some things to take care of. Let's meet at the regional airport in 3 hours.
Nerves zipped through me again. "Where are we going?" I asked.
"You're getting married in the sky,"
Blake said.
"Courtesy of moi."
"You mean," I started. "You're flying us?" Marna finished, looking doubtful.
"He's got a pilot license,"
Ginger said proudly.
"That's right,"
Blake beamed.
"I've been shopping for a small jet the past few months, and I've got one waiting on me now. It's a beauty."
"Nice," Kaiden said. There was a long lull in which we all kind of stood there, looking around at one another in disbelief.
"So, yeah."
Blake clapped his hands and rocked back on his heels, seeming to think the awkwardness was funny.
"You know what this means, right? Our little Anna's getting some tonight."
Oh my gosh. My face lit on fire and I could not look at Kaiden. I wanted to crawl away from the twins and Blake's laughter. "I totally hate you," I said.
"Nah, you love me."
Blake tried to put me in a headlock, but I wriggled away and shoved him, laughing despite my horror.
"Get off, mate."
Kaiden slid his arm around my waist.
"You're just jealous you can't have me. That's the truth, brah."
Blake grabbed Kai and pretended to latch onto his neck. The two of them wrestled while Marna took my hand and pulled me and Ginger away. "We should break up for the 3-hour wait so we're not seen with each other," Marna said. The boys got their acts together and followed us to the doors. We were all set to leave when I thought about poor Michelle. "Guys, what are we going to do if she's still out there?" I looked pointedly at Blake.
"She's gone,"
Blake and Kaiden both said. So they'd been listening. Blake had the good sense to appear guilty, while Ginger stared down at her thumbnail. I opened the door to the bright hot sun. Blake led Kaiden and me to the garage and handed me keys to a cherry-red convertible Mini Cooper. I couldn't help the little ooh that escaped.
"Yeah, it's cute," he said. "I bought it on a whim, but it's too girly for me. I was gonna give it to—"
He froze as we realized he was referring to Michelle, and we braved glances toward the twins just as Ginger yanked the door of the rental car open. Blake shook his head, probably cursing himself for the slip-up. Kaiden looked out over the clear skies, on alert.
"Thanks, mate. Let's get moving." "Yep, see you in 3 hours."
As Blake walked back to his front door, he winked at Ginger, who flipped him off before letting the tiniest smile grace her lips. The twins drove away. Now it was just Kaiden and me. We stood there, shyly avoiding each other's eyes.
"What will you do for 3 hours?"
he asked. "Maybe shop, since I didn't bring anything. I thought I'd be flying back today." It felt surreal to have a casual conversation when our lives were hanging in the balance and a huge event was about to take place between the two of us. He gave me a shopping center's name, which I put in my phone's navigational system for directions. "Cool," I said. More shyness.
"So I'll see you soon?"
he asked. The blue of his eyes shone through strands of hair. "Yeah, see you soon."
"Right then."
He cleared his throat, walking backward now, away from me, with a flick of his head to clear the hair from his eyes. I loved the way the sun made him squint a little. I loved everything about this boy, and I was going to marry him. Oh my gosh, I was about to marry Kaiden Rowe. If I get married, I want to be very married. Audrey Hepburn. Chapter 13. Sky High. I went straight to the mall and stood in front of the lacy nighties. I didn't even realize I was wearing a dreamy, dorky smile until a sales associate came up and asked if I needed any help. Embarrassing. I said, "No thanks," and hurried off. Kai wasn't the type of guy to be impressed by frills anyway. My nerves were building, jitters of the monstrous variety. Not the sickening kind of anxiousness the Dukes gave me, but precarious dancing nerves that made me lightheaded and giddy, drunk on anticipation, high on Kai. Okay, that was incredibly cheesy, but that was the kind of mood I was in. I kept an eye out for dark whisperers or creepy Neff kids. If anyone or anything tried to ruin this amazing plan of ours, my demon side would definitely be coming out to play. I bought some travel toiletries and an outfit for the next day. Then, on a whim, I decided to purchase a sundress. I may not have needed a grand, elaborate gown, but I also didn't want to get married in grungy jeans if I didn't have to. The white dress had a halter top with an open back, and it flowed down to my ankles in a light, silky material that made me feel pretty. I was glad to see that my bruises were mostly gone. I ran to a hair salon for a quick style, changed my clothes in the mall restroom, and got to the airport just in time. Shaking. My teeth were all but chattering. The twins were waiting for me in the entrance. Marna let out an excited squeal and bear-hugged me, praising my dress choice. "I wish Jay could be here," she said. My heart dropped. "So do I. And Patty, too." "Aw, Patty." Ginger smiled, causing Marna and me to halt and stare at her. "What? She's lovely. She'll be sad to miss this madness." "She will," I whispered. So would Veronica. I wished they all could be here, and I hoped I could see them and tell them our news soon. With a sigh, Ginger picked up the pace through the terminal. Marna and I followed. "Kai and Blake are on the plane," Marna explained as we speed-walked to an exit ramp. A man in uniform led us outside to the jetway. "Blake's been doing all the safety checks and whatnot. I'm sure they're ready for us by now." "I can't believe this is happening," I whispered to Marna, feeling shy and shaky again. I know. She let out a squee and linked her arm through mine. I clung tight. Only Marna could be thrilled for me when her own situation was so grim. Outside was loud with the sounds of prop planes. We were led to a beautiful white jet, bigger than what I'd envisioned. I should have known Blake wouldn't settle for one of those rickety things.
"Have a nice flight,"
said the airport personnel as we climbed the jet's narrow steps. I took one last look for peeping spirits before the door swung up and sealed shut behind us. I closed my eyes, waiting for doubt to creep in about what we were about to do, but I felt only excitement and sureness. I could only hope Kaiden felt the same. His face would tell me the truth. I wasn't sure what I was expecting when I opened my eyes, but the inside of the jet was even more gorgeous than the mini yacht we'd taken to Malcolm's Island 2 weeks prior. That horrid night felt like eons ago. Life had continued, moving us along at top speed. I stood in the aisle and absently ran my hands over the soft leather seat backs, losing myself in the poshness as the twins moved ahead of me. The plane seated 6, with 3 rows of cream seats on each side. The back half of the plane was a lounging area with a big television screen and mini bar. Ginger crashed into a window seat and closed her eyes. My trance was broken then, leaving one thing on my mind. Kaiden. He lounged on a bench seat in the rear of the plane, leaning back with one hand behind his head. His red starburst badge pulsed wildly as he looked me over, and I stood at the edge of the seats, holding my breath. Only a few feet separated us, but I was frozen in place. He didn't look scared or doubtful, that was for certain. He looked like he wanted me, which sent my pulse into a frenzy. Kaiden lifted 2 fingers and beckoned me closer. Marna, who'd taken a seat across from him, cleared her throat and stood, moving past me with a smile and flopping into the seat next to her sister, facing away from us. I moved nearer until my knees were touching Kaiden's, and I was looking down at him. My heart threatened to dance right out of my chest. "Hey," I managed.
"Hey yourself."
His melty voice and darkened bedroom eyes were not helping to calm my pulse any.
"You're stunning. I feel like a slob."
He was wearing the same low cargo shorts, fitted t-shirt, and skater shoes he'd been wearing all day. I felt like useless warm putty when I said, "You always look good." Ginger made a barfing noise behind me, and Marna shushed her. Kaiden took my hips, pulling me to sit next to him. I lifted my hair from my neck, feeling too warm, and my hand shook. Kai lifted my hand to kiss my palm, then signed to me,
"Don't be nervous."
I forced myself to meet his eyes, but he looked so serious that I had to look down again. I couldn't stop being nervous. He pulled me close, and I climbed onto his lap, burying my face in the crook of his neck. His hand stroked the length of my hair and down the silky material at my lower back. "Are you sure about this?" I whispered against his warm skin. Without pausing, he whispered back,
"I am. Are you?"
"Yes." We stayed like that, his arm around me and my face in his neck, until Blake said it was time to buckle up and get ready for takeoff. Kaiden and I took our seats across from the twins. It was slightly unnerving to know that wheelie-popping Blake was about to fly our plane, but he looked focused and mature, sitting up at the gears with the small doorway opened for us to see. I caught Ginger leaning into the aisle and gazing at him as he worked. Blake said something into his mouthpiece, then gave us the thumbs up, and I felt us push back from the gate. I said a prayer as we lifted. It was the smoothest takeoff I'd ever experienced. Kaiden raised his eyebrows, impressed. When we leveled out, Marna stood and went into the small server alley, making drinks for everyone. Nobody had alcohol. I knew they probably wanted it, but they were being thoughtful about not displaying my temptation in front of me. Or maybe they were worried because I looked nervous enough to drink the whole bar myself. I nearly choked on my Coke when Blake stood up from the pilot's seat and walked back to us, making Marna scream, "What are you doing? You have to fly the plane!" Blake laughed. "It's all good. I got this baby on autopilot. Don't your pilots ever come out of the pit?" Marna frowned. "They have co-pilots, so even when someone gets up, the cockpit's never empty."
"Chill. It's under control. Everybody up," Blake announced. "Time to have us a wedding."
My stomach wobbled. Marna cheered. I loved that girl. I stood, never letting go of Kaiden's hand, and for the first time, I wondered how exactly this wedding was going to go. "I didn't prepare any vows or anything," I said. "I guess we're just winging it?" Kaiden appeared as clueless as me, and a little nervous now.
"I got you covered."
Blake grinned, pulling out a piece of paper and clearing his throat.
"Just call me Reverend Blake."
"You've got to be kidding me." Ginger snatched the paper from his hand, scanned it, and then bent at the waist to laugh. Kaiden took it, and we read together. Sure enough, Blake had been ordained, online. Technically, the marriage wouldn't be legal, since we hadn't applied for a marriage license or anything like that. We couldn't leave a paper trail, but the marriage would be valid in all the ways that counted.
"A half-demon minister," Kaiden said. "That has to be a first." "Yep, and I've got the traditional vows here. I thought that's what you'd probably want."
He looked at me, and I reached forward, pulling him into a hug. "I will not cry," I chanted to myself. "Thank you, Blake," I told him. "You thought of everything." It was miraculous how fast it all had come together, like it was meant to be. I let him go, trying not to get emotional, but God, this was really happening. We all moved to the open area in the back. It was still a snug fit, so the twins sat, while Kaiden and I held hands facing Blake, who was wearing a silly, mock-serious look on his face.
"Dearly beloved,"
he said in a booming voice. We all burst out laughing. It must have been nerves because all 5 of us laughed way too long, and it took several minutes to get ourselves together again. Now that the tension was broken, we all began to calm. Blake turned his attention back to Kaiden and me.
"All right, for real this time."
He looked at Kaiden.
"Keep your eyes on Anna and repeat after me. You ready?"
Kaiden ran his hands through his hair and blew out a breath before taking my hands again. I rocked back on my heels a little when he held me with his most intense stare. He nodded, and Blake told him what to say. Kai's voice was rich and velvety as he repeated the vows, punctuating each word with a passion I felt down to my toes.
"I, Kaiden, take you, Anna, to be my wedded wife, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better or worse, for richer or poorer, in sickness and health, till death do us part."
He whispered the last promise with pain in his voice, and I let the silent tears I'd been holding back slip down my cheeks. He wasn't just repeating the words. He meant them. This was real. No one could ever take this moment from us. I swallowed, and before I could wipe my cheeks, Kaiden was wiping them for me.
"No tears,"
he whispered. Deep breath. I nodded and took his hands again. It was my turn. I took a few more breaths before saying my vows with all my heart, trying not to cry. I, Anna, take you, Kaiden, to be my wedded husband, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better or worse, for richer or poorer, in sickness and health, until death do us part. His eyes were a soft blue as he watched me in wonder, his warm thumbs running back and forth over my hands. I smiled, and when he smiled back at me, I'd never felt such pure joy.
"Time for the rings,"
Blake said. "Rings? Oh," I began. "I didn't—" But Kaiden surprised me, reaching into his pocket.
"This is what I did during my 3 hours,"
he said quietly. He looked almost bashful and hesitant as he pulled out a platinum men's band with black tribal markings, something that a rocker boy would totally wear. Next, he brought out a platinum women's band that appeared woven with vines, studded with a small round emerald, gorgeous and delicate. It didn't look like a traditional wedding ring, which was smart of him.
"I figured we'd have to wear these on our opposite hands after today,"
he explained.
"And since it's our secret, I decided on your birthstone instead of a diamond. I had to guess your ring size. You have small hands."
"I love it." I beamed, and he gave me a relieved grin. He handed me the heavy men's band.
"Kai, you first,"
Blake said. Kaiden slid the ring onto my finger and held it there. It fit perfectly. In a low voice, he repeated after Blake,
"With this ring, I thee wed. Wear it as a symbol of our love and commitment."
At that point, the moisture from my eyes was gone, and I couldn't stop smiling. I put Kaiden's ring on his finger and said, "With this ring, I thee wed. Wear it as a symbol of our love and commitment." We clasped hands again. The plane was quiet except for the buzz of the engine. We looked at Blake.
"Well, you know what they say, guys. What God has joined together, let no man put asunder."
Or demon, I thought. I felt Kaiden watching me, and I soaked in the moment. Blake clapped Kaiden on the shoulder.
"Here's the good part. You may now kiss your bride."
"'Bout time," Kaiden said. He leaned down. "No tongue," Ginger called out. "Yes, tongue," Marna countered. Kaiden was still waiting for them to shut up when I threw my arms around his neck and pressed my lips to his. It didn't take him long to sink into me. I felt his tongue for a moment, soft against mine, before we were pulling away and pressing our foreheads together. We were married.
"Did we really just do that?"
he whispered, eyes wide. I smiled, nodding, bursting with a crazy, all-consuming happiness. The cabin buzzed with hyper-energy.
"Should I be this turned on by a wedding?"
he asked. Ginger snorted. "You get turned on when the wind blows." I giggled, and Kai grinned at me.
"I now present Mr. and Mrs. Kaiden Rowe,"
Blake said. "Aww," Marna said with a sigh.
"Words I never thought I'd hear,"
Ginger murmured.
"Me neither."
Kaiden pecked my lips once more. He looked more alive and content than I'd ever seen him.
"Now to your final destination,"
Blake said as he headed for the cockpit. "Which is where?" I asked.
"Ask your husband,"
Blake answered as he took his seat. "Husband," Marna squeaked. "Weird," I whispered. Kaiden's half grin was killer.
"Am I less sexy now?"
No, I assured him. "You have to live together and start seeing each other's annoying, nasty little habits before that happens," Marna informed him. Ginger nodded.
"And have your first row." "We've had loads of rows,"
Kaiden said. "Yep, we're like an old married couple when it comes to fighting." Kaiden and I pretended to push each other, but it ended with him holding me. I looked up at him. "Where are we going?"
"Somewhere I should have taken you years ago. The Grand Canyon."
I buried my face in his chest as yet another wave of emotion and memories crashed over me. The road trip when I'd wanted to detour to the Grand Canyon, but we didn't because he sent me home alone. the postcard he'd mailed from the Grand Canyon when he cut me out of his life and moved to L.A. So many ups and downs, so many months of wondering how he really felt and not knowing if he was okay. And all along he loved me. All along we were going to be together.
"You okay, love?"
he asked. "Yes," I whispered. I was far better than okay.
"Time to buckle up,"
Blake said, getting fancy by using the intercom system.
"We are now beginning our initial descent into the Grand Canyon area. Please, stow all your luggage in the,
overhead compartments," called out the twins in sync, as Blake fumbled his way through the landing spiel. While they chattered, Kaiden and I linked fingers and held tight, impromptu husband and wife headed for our one-night honeymoon at one of the world's natural wonders.
"Oh man, look out your windows,"
Blake said. A collective gasp sounded as we all leaned over and took in the great expanse below. A massive crevice in the Earth's surface as far as we could see and deeper than we could fathom. The enormity of it was spooky. I looked up into the blue depths of Kaiden's eyes, which held warm promises that sent a shiver to my core. It was a day for beautiful, unfathomable, wondrous things. With each dip of the plane, my heart soared, and I thanked heaven for loopholes and long-lost dreams come true. Chapter 14. Impatient Freckles. Kaiden and I said our goodbyes to the others and took a cab together, all the while searching the skies. This seemed too good to be true. I didn't want to think that way, but I'd never wanted anything as badly as I wanted this night with Kaiden. After 2 years of longing, we would finally be together, and it would bring us some measure of safety. I still couldn't believe this was possible. I'd been so paranoid about the hilt and its unforgiving judgment that I hadn't taken into account the power of love and loyalty, for which the sword of righteousness could not fault us. It seemed so obvious now, so right.
"Grand Canyon's right over there,"
the cabbie said, pointing to the left.
"Your place ain't far. You could probably walk."
As we drove past, we stared through patchy trees and saw railings along a dry, rocky ledge, and then nothing. Just a massive drop and a sky darkening into dusk. Kaiden and I cuddled closer as we leaned toward the window to peer out together. It was almost enough to make me forget everything out there in the world that wanted to hurt us. But Kaiden never forgot. He peered around at our surroundings again, in that protective, cautious way, and it brought me back to reality. Minutes later, we were parked outside a modern log cabin. An uncontrollable grin split my face as nerves overtook me once more. Kaiden and Blake had been busy boys during our wait this afternoon. Along with getting the rings, Kaiden had scored an amazing resort cabin. The cabbie drove away, leaving us standing on the front step in silence. I stared at Kai's badge for what felt like a long time before he touched my chin and I met his eyes. The night was warm, and yet I found myself shivering. Without warning, Kaiden picked me up, cradling me in his arms. "What are you doing?"
Carrying you over the threshold. That's what I meant to do, right?"
I giggled, and he gave the cutest sheepish grin. "I think it's supposed to be the threshold of our home, but I like it." He held his face an inch from mine.
"This is our home tonight. Anywhere with you is my home."
Love for him lit every corner of my soul. I held myself up with my arms around his neck, giving him a soft kiss. "Take me inside," I whispered. The scent of sweet and spicy citrus filled my nose.
"Yes, ma'am."
Inside, I drew a deep breath as he set me on my feet and closed the door. I said a silent prayer that no whisperers would find us this night, and I vowed to myself not to spend our time together worrying. I would focus on Kai and let him distract me. The cabin was exquisite. Everything from floor to ceiling was natural stone and wood beams. It had a rustic atmosphere, with the added luxury of modern amenities. We walked into the single room with its steepled roof, and I covered my mouth to stifle an excited squeal. The bed. The bed. I'd never seen anything like it. The headboard was part of an enormous tree, and the branches jutted out high over the top of the king-sized bed like a canopy. I ran to it and jumped onto the fluffy comforter made of soft fall colors. This is so awesome! I bounced on my knees, grabbing a silky brown pillow with turquoise trim and squeezing it. Kaiden stood against the wall with his hands in his pockets, looking amused. I leaped off the bed and grabbed his hand, pulling him to the bathroom, where I clapped my hands at the sight of an oversized clawfoot tub. A sliding door caught my attention next, and I opened it, walking out and gasping. "An outdoor shower!" I said. The area was enclosed by stone walls for privacy, but open to the darkening sky. Kaiden stood in the doorway.
"I'm having flashbacks of the 16-year-old girl I took on a road trip who got excited over every little thing."
I blushed, and he stepped out onto the stones, cupping my cheek and then sliding his hand into my hair.
"It's adorable, love,"
he whispered, and then he kissed me. My heart started pounding as his lips moved against mine. For the first time ever, we wouldn't have to be careful or hold back, and it sent a nervous jolt to my core. I didn't know what to do. I knew how he made me feel, like we could never be close enough, but I didn't know how to channel those instincts.
"What's wrong?"
he asked. I shook my head, feeling foolish. "I don't know what I'm doing."
"Anna?"
He stayed close, not taking his hands off me.
"Have you ever felt as if you were fumbling round awkwardly when we're together?"
I thought about it. I guess not.
"Exactly. Some things come naturally, so don't overthink it. I'm going to take care of you."
Oh my, major chills. "But," I whispered, "I want to take care of you too. You have to show me what to do." His smile was wickedly sexy.
"I'm not as hard to please as you might imagine, but don't worry. I'll show you anything you want."
I swallowed a dry lump in my throat.
"Also,"
he cleared his throat and sounded serious now.
2 days ago, when Father told me he was sending me to seek you out, I went to the doctor first, just in case anything were to happen with us. Not that I thought it would, but I just wanted to be sure."
"Oh," I said as it dawned on me and I thought of Marna. "To make sure you're really—"
"Sterile. Yes, and I am."
The thought of getting pregnant hadn't crossed my mind. Even after everything with poor Marna and Jay, I was grateful he'd thought of it. "Thank you," I whispered. My knees were trembling. Seriously, I could not get my body under control. Those bedroom eyes were short-circuiting my functioning abilities.
"Anna."
Uh-oh. His voice was low and gravelly. I cleared my throat.
"Remember when I told you I wanted to introduce myself to every freckle on your body?"
Mesmerized, I nodded, not trusting my voice.
"Well, it's time."
I couldn't breathe. Kaiden closed his eyes and inhaled. When he opened them again, they were half-lidded, and a rumble came from the back of his throat.
"You smell so damn good."
He grasped my hand and led me back through the bathroom to the main room. Blood rushed through my body. I stared at his strong back and shoulders. My husband, the boy who'd stood at the summit ready to die for me when my life was threatened. He let go of my hand and went to his bag.
"I asked Marna to pick up a few things for us, some clothes for tomorrow, food, and whatnot. She said she downloaded mood music as a gift. I'm a bit frightened.
He pulled out a music dock and set it up, clicking an MP3 player into place and pushing play. A popular romantic song came on. Kaiden made a face.
Country music.
I love this song. I laughed when he groaned.
Maybe we should listen to my playlist instead.
He reached into his pocket, but I shook my head, not in the mood for heavy metal. Come on, Kai. My freckles are getting impatient. He straightened, standing tall, and his eyes crashed into mine as his badge spun and pulsed. My heart banged at my own bravery, then stumbled inside my ribs as he came closer, bringing with him a cloud of incredible, earthy, citrusy pheromones.
Well then, let's not keep them waiting.
I expected the tearing off of clothes to begin, but instead, he kissed me like we had all the time in the world, his mouth and tongue warming me, then heating me. He moved me backward as we kissed until my bottom hit the edge of the bed. A tickle began at my hips, the feel of his fingers gathering the silk of my dress upward, slowly. I was breathing hard when he finally pulled it over my head. I kicked off my shoes, sending them flying. He let me lift his shirt off him, but stopped me when I went for his shorts.
Not yet.
Again with the wicked grin. He reached behind me for the clasp of my strapless bra, and as it fell, a rush of self-consciousness made me cover my chest. He narrowed his eyes, and I felt like I needed to explain, even though he'd seen me naked already. I couldn't even say it. No doubt Kaiden had seen all kinds of rockin' bodies in his time. Mine would not be one of them, at least not in this department. He put his hands over mine and looked at me very seriously.
I assure you, they're perfect.
He gently pulled my hands away. My chest heaved with nervous breaths as his eyes trailed down, took in the side of my nearly naked body, and then closed. When they opened, they were as stormy as ever.
Like I said, just right. On the bed with you now.
Nerves. So many nerves. I climbed into the bed, and the sweet torture began as he lay on his side next to me and continued taking his time kissing me. I tried to squirm closer, but he laid his hand firmly on my hip to keep me in place. When his mouth moved down to my shoulder, I let out a moan and saw him smile. He kissed a tiny freckle there I'd never paid attention to in my life. Then, slowly, he made his way across my collarbone and down my chest from one side to the other. My fingers were buried in his hair. Kaiden made good on his promise. My freckles were very happy, spoiled rotten even, but the rest of me was desperate and jealous, and he'd barely gotten started. When he got to my lower stomach, I was breathing way too hard. He bypassed my lacy white panties, keeping them on, and I was certain now he was trying to send me into a state of insanity. His mouth landed on my inner thigh. My hips bucked, and I made a really embarrassing sound of yearning. He chuckled and pushed my hips firmly down. Again. Not funny. Then continued working his way down my leg. I whispered, "Please," needing so much more.
Not yet,
he said, all maddening slowness. I whimpered when he rolled me to my stomach and brushed my hair aside. My back felt ultra-sensitive to the caress of his warm mouth. Using my heightened sense of touch was absolutely not necessary tonight. I clutched the downy covers and tried to control myself. How was he not going crazy? I knew he must be because I could smell his pheromone cloud of zesty sweet oranges and limes around us, but his self-control was incredible. My lower back was particularly sensitive, and I gasped as he kissed me there. When he got down to my panties, I felt his teeth gently bite through the lace, and he emitted a low growl. His fingers tightened on my hips, and I smiled into the downiness. Ah, finally, his weakness. "Take them off," I said. He didn't hesitate, pulling down the lacy cloth. I dared to peek over my shoulder and saw him staring at my naked body.
"My God," he breathed.
I flipped over, and he loomed above me, both of us breathing hard. I stayed very still as Kaiden gave me a stare, starting from my rumpled hair all the way to my red-painted toes. I curled my finger through his belt loop and tried to pull him down to me, but he released my finger, lifted it to his mouth, and nipped it with his white teeth.
"I'm not done yet."
I fell back as his mouth lowered to my stomach again, working his way down. Oh, wow. Over that next hour, I learned Kaiden was true to every claim he'd ever made about being good at what he did. It wasn't fair to the rest of the world that a man like him existed. My body was spent as if I'd run a marathon, and considering that Kaiden was still mostly dressed, I knew he was just getting started. System overload. As he lay next to me now, leaning over me, placing angelic kisses on my lips, I was barely conscious enough to unscramble the single thought running through my mind. I'm still a virgin.
"You can nap, love,"
he whispered. That cleared my head. This was no time for napping. I pushed up on my elbows and glared at him. It must not have been scary enough because he chuckled. "It's your turn," I said. His chuckling stopped and turned to a heated stare as I moved closer to him. I leaned in and nuzzled his ear. He pulled my hip closer.
"My sweet little vixen."
I heard the arousal in his voice, so I licked his earlobe, and he hissed, trying to roll on top of me, but it was my turn to push him back. No sex yet. I wanted to do to him what he'd done to me. This time, when my shaking hands went to the buttons on his shorts, he didn't stop me. I could feel his racing heart against my shoulder. He let me undress him, and in that moment, as I acquainted myself with all of him for the first time, I learned the power of being a woman, the weakness in his eyes brought on by my touch, and the underlying trust and love I saw there. My nervousness disappeared, replaced by curiosity and a desire to make him happy. It brought me tremendous satisfaction as he reacted and lost himself in the caress of my hands and my lips. Afterward, we showered in the moonlight, lost in our new knowledge of each other, but each kiss and touch was overshadowed by one repetitive thought: I'm still a virgin. We wrapped ourselves in towels and went back in, eating sandwiches on the bed, while Kaiden made fun of the pop love ballads on Marna's playlist. Funny how he knew the words to so many of them. When we finished dinner, I looked at the clock. Kaiden had walked to the window and stood staring out, towel still around his waist. I refused to let him think too much. I didn't want any insecurities of his to rise up between us. "Hey," I said softly, "it'll be midnight soon. Our wedding day is almost over." His face clouded, and my stomach tightened. I stood on the far side of the bed. "Come here." Kaiden walked over slowly, keeping his eyes on me and my towel. When he got to the other side of the bed, he put his joined hands on top of his head and eyed me across the king-size expanse. He made me feel crazy in so many ways. I reached for the edge of my towel, and before I could think too much about it, I pulled it off, letting it drop to the floor. The cloudiness in his gaze turned stormy. I crawled across the bed toward him. I watched the surprise and lust flash across his features as I reached him and raised up on my knees to face him. My heart was beating overtime. "Are you scared?" I asked him. The master of lust seemed to have lost his cool because his response was a grunted, "Been too long?" I cocked my head to the side. "Out of practice?" He hadn't been with anyone in 8 months. For Kaiden Rowe, that was an eternity. His eyes got wider than I'd ever seen them, full of indignation, and I felt a rush of mean potency in my blood. Acting as the vixen he often called me, I reached out and pinched his nipple, hard. He let out a small holler and grabbed my wrist. With my other hand, I tore off his towel. In a movement too quick for me to comprehend, he was on top of me, pinning me to the bed.
"You win,"
he ground out, breathing hard. I wanted to laugh at the thrill of my victory, but his seriousness snuffed that urge. I tried to move my hips up to him, but his body pressed me down. I stroked his cheek, which had grown a 5 o'clock shadow, and he rested his forehead against mine. I felt his worries creeping in, the deeds of his past haunting him. "This is right, Kai. We love each other." He closed his eyes.
"I'd do anything for you."
"Just love me," I whispered.
"I need you to know this is different for me. I've never felt like this with someone. I don't just love you, Anna. I adore you."
I kissed him, and when he pulled away, his hair hung around his eyes in sexy strands. I knew from the deep look he gave me that this was about to happen.
"Don't look away from me, Anna,"
he said. I nodded, nervous, excited. "Okay."
"If you need to stop."
"Kai, I'm not fragile."
"Right."
I watched him swallow, then close his eyes as a shiver ran through his body. When he opened his eyes again, color poured through the air around him, the vivid, hot pink of passionate love. Kaiden was showing me his colors. It was my turn to swallow hard as I beheld the special gift he was offering. Under his thick aura of love was a strand of gray worry, and even darker self-loathing. I wished I could make those go away, but only he held that power. Still, "It's beautiful," I whispered.
"You're beautiful,"
he whispered back. I hitched a leg around him to pull him closer. He shifted above me, his body powerful and graceful. His hips curved toward mine, and I moved to meet him, gasping at the contact. I never took my eyes from Kai as we became one. Chapter 15. Dancing with Light. My goal had been to stay awake with Kaiden all night, but I must have dozed off because I woke at 3 a.m. with that eerie feeling of being watched. Moonlight streamed through the curtains, and I found Kaiden sleeping soundly next to me. I looked around the room, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. It must have been a full moon because the night seemed brighter than normal. There were no streetlights, and then, suddenly, the light shifted and dimmed. Something was out there. My heart raced as I climbed silently from the bed and went to the window. In the darkness, trailing through trees away from our cabin, was a spirit of light, an angel. Wonderment swirled through me like a windstorm. I didn't want it to leave. I wanted to know why it had been at our window and what it wanted. Who it was. I slipped on a pair of shorts and a t-shirt and slid my feet into flip-flops. Kaiden didn't wake up. He must have been really tired, and I couldn't say I was surprised. Hopefully, I could sneak out and make it back without disturbing him. I left our cabin in silence and took off running toward the woods. The spirit was fast, only a dot of light now. I followed it in the direction of the Grand Canyon. I could see the nearest cabin down the road, but no lights were on. Only a crescent moon and a huge sky full of stars lit my way, so I opened my night vision to get me through the pine trees on the dirt trail. I couldn't see the angel anymore. This was really stupid of me. I knew better than to go out in the open at night. As I berated myself, the trees tapered off around me, and I stopped and stared. Whoa. 15 feet away from me was a wooden railing, and then darkness. Nothing. It could have been the edge of the earth. I moved closer and felt a dizzying sense of vertigo until my hands grasped the rail. It was monstrous. eerily majestic, scary even, deeper and wider than I could comprehend. With my supernatural vision, I could just barely make out layers of earth in the canyon walls. I wished Kaiden were at my side to see it. From the corner of my eye, I saw a shooting star. My heart thumped, and I stared at the white light as it moved with graceful speed through the sky. Definitely not a star. It seemed to be dancing its way toward me, loving the open space provided by the canyon. I held my breath as it got nearer, feeling that same awe I'd felt when angels had entered the summit in New York. Such indescribable beauty and peace, like everything was okay, and all of my worries were silly and inconsequential. As its gossamer form neared, a song blossomed in my mind, a sound more enchanting than children laughing and choirs harmonizing. My heart grew wings. The angel descended until we were face to face, and I was overcome with clear, pure emotion. The spirit wore a fine cloth around its body, golden hair long and windswept. I met its perfect, angelic face, and while I didn't recognize her visually, my heart cried out, "Mother." Through our telepathic bond, I asked, "Are you Mariantha?" She smiled. "Yes, my darling girl. We finally meet." Her voice was the most tender sound in the universe. I felt a brief flashback to my days in the womb when I heard her singing. It was her human voice, but her angelic soul had been shadowed within it. Words couldn't express what it meant to have her there at that moment. I could see why Dad's soul had been drawn to hers. She was like a sweet wind of comfort that beckoned and pulled, sweeping me closer. "I keep watch over you when I can, Anna, though I've only been given permission to visit this special night. We have been celebrating your marriage." "You have?" I must have looked stunned, because she giggled. At least I think it was a giggle. It sounded like light, jingling chimes ringing, and it made me smile. "Oh yes, we rejoice when love endures. I believe you already know the truth of life, my dearest Anna, that love is the strongest force, the binding substance, the element worth existing for. That is what makes you pure of heart." I didn't know what to say. I felt buoyant and light, lifted by peace, because she was right. I did know the truth. "Never doubt it," she said, and her voice sounded like a song in my ears. A bright star flashed far out in the sky, making my heart jump. Mariantha noticed it too. "I cannot stay." She circled me again like she was dancing, and I turned to follow, together, spinning. Then she looked up toward the trees. "Your young man searches for you. He is frightened." "Oh no. Kai," I called to the air. "It's all right. I'm at the canyon." I pushed my hearing into the trees and heard him running down the path. I met him at the edge as he emerged barefoot, wearing only a pair of shorts. He looked around wildly, eyes landing on my mother. "It's okay," I whispered. I went into his arms. He was short of breath as he stared at her. I took his hand and led him to the lookout point. "Kaiden, this is my mother, Mariantha." His eyes got huge. He bowed his head and said, "It's an honor to meet you." I couldn't hear her, but she must have been talking to him, because he looked up at her shyly and thanked her. Then she spoke to us both. "I must go. Guard your love, for it will lead you through the darkness." She turned to me. "You are ever in my heart, Anna. I love you always." "And I love you," I whispered to her as she drifted farther out above the canyon. My fingers clutched the railing as she rose high with a magnificent flap of wings that took her out of view. Kaiden and I grabbed hands and hurried back to the cabin so we weren't in plain sight. When we got there, he grasped my face in both his hands and backed me into the wall.
"You scared me to death," he said. "Don't ever leave me like that again."
"I'm so sorry. You were sound asleep and I saw her. I know it was dumb, but she was like..."
"A beacon to you?"
"Yes." I reached up and held his wrists, feeling horrible that I'd scared him.
"Were they really celebrating us?" he asked. "Up there?"
I smiled. They really were. His eyes glassed over, as if he couldn't fathom anyone in heaven talking about something he'd done, much less celebrating him. His astonishment made me kiss him, wanting to capture his sensations and mingle them with mine. Kaiden responded, not holding back a single part of himself. "Let's not sleep tonight," I said between kisses. We had to leave in a few hours. I didn't want to waste a minute.
"I'm going to let you make all the rules in this marriage, Anna."
"Good boy." He laughed, a delicious sound that turned his gorgeous face into that of the happy man I wanted to see. We spent the rest of our wedding night loving each other and trying to forget about the things we'd soon be facing. For those last few hours, we wrapped ourselves in each other and forgot about the world. Chapter 16. All-American Boy. Leaving Kaiden in the past had never been easy. Leaving him this time felt like I was ripping out some vital part of myself. We lingered at the airport too long, risking too much, waiting until the final calls for our flights and barely making them. As I flew to Virginia, I couldn't help but smile to myself. In this one way, we'd outsmarted the Dukes, taking something special for ourselves. It had been the best night of my life. My only regret was that Patty hadn't been there when we exchanged vows. I wanted so badly to see her, to tell her everything and be filled with her loving energy. I'd received a text from Jay early that morning that simply said, "All good." I hoped they were keeping each other safe and sane, maybe even having a few laughs. I bit my thumbnail and stared out at the wisps of clouds as we flew through them. Could I chance a visit to Patty and Jay? My heart accelerated in happiness as I imagined it, but I wasn't sure I was willing to take the chance. I would never forgive myself if I drew attention to them and they were hurt. My head spun with details, and I knew I needed rest. Kaiden and I had not gone back to sleep. Ah, my Kai. I closed my eyes and allowed only happy thoughts until sleep found me. The dorms of Virginia Tech opened that day. I adored the castle-like gray stone buildings and mountainous landscape. Campus was a wild rumpus of minivans and families with armfuls of stuff. I felt like an outsider, an imposter. No family, no belongings, just a book bag with a laptop and a few changes of clothes. I had spent most of my life feeling like I didn't belong, so I should have been used to it, but that desire to fit in and be like everyone else never went away, especially on a day like today. I tried not to get in anyone's way as I walked across the grassy quad to my dorm. I glanced at students playing a pickup game of touch football, guys and girls laughing, flirting, being young with their yellow and red auras, no immediate concerns for their lives. As much as their happiness made me mourn for the youthful experiences I'd never have, it also brought me joy to see people living, and to think how their lives could be even richer if we rid their world of demons. A weird thought suddenly hit me as I walked through the multitudes of students and their families. I was freaking married. My eyes got big, and I stumbled a little. Then I giggled and shook my head at the craziness of it all. At my dorm, I held the door open for a mom and dad carrying a futon, while their daughter walked behind them, texting on her cell phone. She let me hold the door for her as well, barely glancing up at me. "You're welcome," I said brightly. She looked at me like I was crazy. I passed them and took the stairs up to the 6th floor, letting myself into the tiny end room, a single. As the door shut behind me, I thought for a moment that it must be the wrong room. Someone's stuff was already there. And then I saw the note. I didn't know if you'd have much time for shopping, so I figured I'd help. P. My eyes welled up as I scanned the things. A fuzzy purple papasan chair and matching throw rug, lavender bedding, a new fridge and microwave, food and drinks, a bathroom kit with all the necessities, and a box of my clothes with a roll of quarters for laundry. I wondered if she'd had it all delivered, or if she'd brought it herself. I ached inside for missing her. Wiping my eyes, I unpacked everything and set up the room. It felt a little more homey, but I was far from feeling at home. I set up my music station and put Marna's romantic playlist on, then flopped onto the bed for a hopeful nap. As the music played, I remembered last night, the silly faces Kaiden made at certain songs, and his serious look when he was solely concentrated on my body. Each song was a memory, replaying our honeymoon through my mind in vivid recollection. A naughty thought crossed my mind as I recalled the picture of myself I'd saved on my phone. I pulled it up and found it to be just as sexy as I remembered. Now that he'd seen every inch of me, it didn't seem like such a big deal to send it. It probably wouldn't even affect him. With a nervous, half-delirious giggle, I sent it. Right away, the giggles disappeared and panic set in. What had I done? Kaiden Rowe had no doubt received hundreds of sexy photos in his day. Suddenly, mine seemed lame. Would he laugh? I wished I could unsend it, or that there was a way to cancel a message if it had yet to be opened. Stupid, stupid, stupid. I climbed under the covers and pulled them up to my neck. I must have been crazy from lack of sleep. What was I thinking? I rolled over and squealed into the pillow. And then my phone dinged with a text message. I shut my eyes as my heart went into overdrive. Would he throw me a bone? Say something like, "Aw, that's cute, love, thanks." With reluctance, I picked up my phone. Another text dinged. I opened it. Both were from Kaiden. Another dinged. Sheesh, what was going on?
Oh, God, what are you doing to me? I can't believe you took a pic. Killing me. Dying.
My worry began to subside, and the laughter rose up again. Text messages poured in, one after another.
Cannot stop staring. Just wait, little vixen. F me, you're so effing hot. You're in serious trouble when I see you again. Serious trouble.
Ooh, dang. It was hot under the covers. I kicked them off, feeling relieved, giddy, and so tired. When a minute passed with no messages, I texted him back. "Baby steps for your nerdy girl." I smiled at his quick response.
Nerdy, my ass. All the cold showers in the world can't cure what you've done to me.
"Sorry," I texted, still smiling like an idiot.
You are not. Leave me alone. I'll be busy for a bit. P.S. I L you.
I texted back. I L you too. Letting out a long breath, I deleted the conversation and cuddled my pillow. Poor Kaiden. I hadn't meant to work him into a frenzy, but I had to admit I was glad I could. A knock at the door woke me from a hard sleep sometime later. I blinked groggily toward the window. It looked like early evening. Another knock sounded. I turned off the music and went to the door without opening it. "Yes?" I asked through the wood.
Anna Whitt, a delivery for you from the front desk.
I opened the door a crack. A large, gorgeous blonde guy stood there with a box. It looked like another box of my stuff.
I'll set it down for you,
he said. "Oh, sure." I stepped aside. "Thank you." Yes, I was married to a total hottie, and no, I wasn't lusting after this guy, but it was hard not to take him all in. He was tall and broad like a football player, with an all-American smile and wavy hair. He carried himself with total confidence, like Kaiden, exuding a presence that drew people in. And then the guy turned to me, and my heart nearly stopped. At his sternum was a bright red badge, the biggest badge I'd ever seen on a Neff, as large as a duke's. My heart banged a painful triple beat. Red. Lust. Who was this? With one grand step, he stood over me, looming, taking in a deep breath through his nose as if smelling something. All at once, whisperers came in a dark whoosh down the busy hallway, weaving through parents and students. My room was at the end of the hall, and nobody was looking my way. There were so many spirits, at least 6 of them. For one horrible moment, I was shocked into inaction, and then the handsome Nephilim's eyes shone red. What the? A Neph's eyes could not do that. I made an involuntary sound of fear and ran for the open door, but the kid was faster. He actually chuckled as he caught me by the arm and closed the door, pressing himself against my back and nuzzling his nose into my hair.
"Don't make a sound,"
he warned in a calm voice. He moved fast, capturing both of my wrists in one of his hands and holding them above my head against the wall, while his other hand circled my throat. Red badge. American accent. Did Farzuf have another son? Why did he feel so powerful? The room darkened as the spirits piled in, making sounds like hissing and scratching that echoed in my head. He moved my hair aside with his chin and placed a warm kiss on the side of my neck. I shivered, but not in the good way. Again, he inhaled deeply.
"So, you're not the one, after all," he said. "And I'd been so certain. I even hoped. I should teach you a lesson for all the trouble you've caused."
What was he talking about? My mind swirled with confusion. He ground his strong body against my backside. Every instinct inside me flared with the need to fight my way to freedom and run, but a deeper part of me told me to be still. The whisperers hovered around us, shifting. "Let me go," I said, struggling for any wiggle room and finding none. He squeezed my throat harder, and I made a strangling sound. My resistance only seemed to turn him on, and he chuckled again. His hand blessedly eased off my throat, only to start wandering down my body. I was about to bite his arm and stomp his foot when he spoke again.
"You smell so much better than the last time I saw you. If you weren't a disgusting little Neff, I'd take you right now."
I froze. No way. With a grunt, he released me. My eyes felt big when I turned to face him. "Duke Farzuf?" I whispered. Had I fallen into a warped universe? The whisperers bounced with anticipation. Farzuf waved an impatient hand and growled at them as if they were pesky gnats.
"No show for you right now. She's not a virgin. Go tell the others."
With that, they shot out of the room from all angles, making my head spin.
"How do you like it?"
He grinned, motioning to his grand physique, and I swallowed.
"I was going to wait a couple years, but with all the excitement going on, I wanted to change. This poor kid had a logging accident up in Oregon. Parents were already dead. It would have been a shame to let this go to waste, wouldn't you say?"
I just wanted him and his ego to leave. This whole thing was incredibly weird and creepy. He sounded nothing like his old self. "It's a good body."
"Better than good," he laughed. "I can have any girl on this campus tonight, and I think I will."
He rubbed his hands up and down his chest and abs, obviously high on his born-again youth.
"I always forget how much energy and stamina a young man's body has."
Ew. My stomach turned at the thought of him tearing through campus and hurting these girls in any way. He looked so innocent on the surface with that farmer boy grin, and then his eyes flashed red again with his evil intentions, and I jumped as he stepped closer.
"I still don't like you," he said, "or trust you. But at least I can check my son off the suspicion list now."
"Suspicion list?" I asked, trying to keep my eyes down and appear meek. "Sir, please, if this is about the summit in New York, I was just as shocked as you all when those angels came."
"Just mind your own business and work for the cause. This place is fertile for a neph of your type. You're lucky Belial's given you such a good setup after all the trouble you've been. And speaking of your old man,"
he eyed me.
"where is he?"
He was trying to sound light and disinterested, but I wasn't buying it. "I don't know, sir. I assume somewhere in Washington, D.C. now." He continued to stare me up and down. How had I thought he seemed like a regular nice guy at first? His eyes were so clinical and calculating. Even when he was grinning, he had a menacing quality. He pushed past me to the door, turning to speak one last time in a hushed voice.
"Never forget you're expendable. If you give us trouble again, you will disappear with no questions asked. Angels be damned. Do you understand, neph?"
My heart thumped. "Yes, Duke Farzuf."
"And when you see that father of yours again, tell him hell's looking for him."
Keeping my eyes averted, I gave a tight nod. My throat was too dry to swallow. I was suddenly paranoid about how long he'd be here on campus and what he expected of me. "Excuse me, Duke." I hated how weak my voice sounded, although it was best that he knew I feared him. "I was just wondering, do you need me to, work with you tonight or anything?" He laughed, loudly, a patronizing sound.
"No, I don't need you to work with me. I don't work with neph."
He practically spat the words.
"I'll only be here one night, and I want to enjoy it. Find your own bar and send the drunks my way."
He laughed again, low and lewd. I felt his stare roaming my body before he finally left, and I collapsed onto the bed, shaking. Chapter 17. Darts. It was a true testament to how strange my life had become that the best night of my life was followed by the most uncomfortable. Knowing that Kaiden's father, a guy who was now the same freaking age as him, was leaving a trail of broken hearts all over my college campus made me ill. And not just broken hearts. That would be too tame for Farzuf. He would push people to do things they weren't ready for, and all the while, he and the Whisperers would mess with their minds, filling them with guilt and self-loathing that would plague them for years to come. He wasn't just a campus player out for sex. He was an evil bastard out to hurt souls, a weapon in a very beautiful disguise. All night, as I sat at the bar, my knee bouncing 1,000 miles per hour, I thought about what Kaiden and I had shared, how special and beautiful it had been. And then I thought of Farzuf. My stomach turned. Did Kaiden have any idea that Farzuf had changed bodies? Had he received a call about his father, Richard Rowe, dropping dead at work in New York City, or at his posh home in Atlanta? He knew Farzuf planned to find me and give me the sniff test, trying to catch the scent of virginity. I wished I could call Kaiden and reassure him that it had happened and I was okay. What a freaking mess. But at least our plan had worked, and for that, I allowed myself to smile into my beer glass. Kaiden and I were momentarily off the suspicion list. Unfortunately, my father was still on it. Big time. My smile disappeared.
"Hey, can I buy you another?"
I looked up at the cute boy who'd spoken. The bar I'd chosen had gotten crowded and loud, but it was mostly groups of friends, so nobody had talked to me yet. Farzuf was probably too busy to keep an ear out for me, but I didn't want to take any chances. Plus, there were at least 6 whisperers prowling through town tonight, so I had to work. "How about this?" I asked the guy. "Let's play darts, and the loser buys the next round." He sucked in air through his teeth.
I don't know. I'd feel kind of bad making a pretty girl I just met buy my drink.
Oh, so it's like that, huh? I hopped off the stool, surprised by my own ability to feel lighthearted at the moment. But sometimes boys needed to be taught lessons about underestimating girls. And so the night passed with me kicking the butt of every guy in the bar. The girls, after realizing I wasn't interested in their boyfriends, became my cheerleaders. Yeah, I got a few people drunk. Between the beers and shots, I pushed glasses of water their way all night, hoping to keep them hydrated. I never forgot who I was, or the fact that I wasn't one of them, but I still let myself enjoy their company and the feeling of being embraced by friendly strangers. We were having a great time until someone turned up the television for a breaking news story. A popular rapper had been shot after his show in D.C. while greeting fans. He had a colorful past, serving jail time, but had turned his life around and become an education advocate, an inspiring American success story. And now he was in a coma, probably going to die. Everyone in the bar shook their heads, muttering, "What is wrong with this world?" If they only knew. The mood was somber after that. At closing time, I managed to evade the cute boy who'd been at my side all night. I slipped the bartender a note to call cabs for my drunken buddies, giving my credit card number as payment. As I shuffled back to the dorm at 2 a.m, a knife in my pocket and the sword of righteousness strapped to my ankle under my jeans, I imagined that Kaiden went to school there with me, and we were a normal couple, students. Sometimes it was fun to pretend, but I didn't let myself long for impossible things, because there were Nephilim who would do anything to have the life I led. Calling my life blessed was ironic, considering, but when it came down to it, I was loved, and that made life worth living, just like my mother Mariantha said. As I was having that lovely thought, my dorm in sight, a dark shadow flew into my path on the narrow sidewalk, causing a shriek to stick in my throat.
"Baby."
I pressed my hand to my chest. "You scared me half to death, Dad." My telepathic voice screamed at him, and I looked behind me, searching for signs of whisperers, but finding none. "Farzuf is here tonight, with a ton of spirits."
"I know. Hurry up and get to your room so we can talk in private."
He flew ahead of me, disappearing into the side wall of my dorm. I huffed a little, my nerves still on alert, and sped to the entry door. It was strange passing the night watch girl at the desk. I gave her a small smile, and she nodded, oblivious to the gigantic ram-horned demon at her side. In my room, Dad practically took up the whole space, and I felt too edgy to sit. I told him about Farzuf coming, and how Kaiden and I should be safe from him for now. "But I don't understand something," I said. "I didn't recognize anything about him. He didn't even talk the same anymore. Has he been an American before, or did he train himself to have a new accent that fast?"
"No. This is his first time in a U.S. body, but there's certain knowledge a body retains, even when the souls switch. The brain and body hold on to habits like language and gestures. It's still going to talk and act the same until you train it otherwise. It's always strange at first, because it's hard to control, but it ends up being a benefit for us dukes."
Yeah, how convenient for them. I told Dad what Farzuf had said about him being in trouble. Dad laughed. Always a scary sound, deep and guttural, even in spirit form.
"They would have been suspicious of me one way or another, and damned if I was going to let them capture me. I'll be hunting for a body next, but I came to tell you that Farzuf and the others have called for a summit tomorrow night, probably to talk about their findings and figure out what to do next. They'll be in Switzerland.
Switzerland?
A ski town. They like to make a vacation of these summits, and since they were just in Vegas, they wanted something different.
Dad, being all business, naturally disagreed with the other Duke's idea of mixing fun with work. My hopes lifted. Wait, does this mean we Neff have a couple safe days? I asked. He grunted.
Yes, but be careful. I'd say you have 48 hours, starting tomorrow afternoon, when they're all traveling. Some will stay there longer than 2 days, but don't take any chances. If you need to gather your allies or be in contact with them, this is your chance.
And I can see Patty. I clapped my hands and smiled. This seemed to soften him a little.
Yeah, you can see her. Give her my regards.
I wished I could hug him, but all I could do was beam up at his frightening face, making him chuckle. And guess what else? I said. I got to meet Mariantha. He became still in front of me. She came to congratulate me on my marriage. She was beautiful, Daddy. He drifted back a little, weightless, whispering,
Yes, beautiful and full of love. You're so much like her, baby girl.
I held up a hand, splaying my fingers, and he lifted his big, clawed mass of cloudy hand to mine, overlapping it.
I love you, kid,
he said. We shared a long, quiet pause. Be careful, I told him. Wherever you go, I hope I see you again soon. I closed my eyes as he surrounded me with a hug, and when I opened my eyes again, he was gone. Chapter 18. Makeshift Holiday. It was 3 a.m. Farzuf was somewhere nearby terrorizing the campus, and I was devising a plan. The Dukes were meeting tomorrow night, so the Neff would have to meet too. The thought of seeing Kaiden again after our night together gave me tingles. We wouldn't be alone this time, but being near him was all I needed. I knew it was safe texting Kaiden since his father was busy, but my hand still shook with nerves. I didn't want to reveal too much. Each message I sent and received, I deleted immediately. Book a flight to VA tomorrow.
With pleasure. You okay? It's been insane here.
Insane? I wondered if he meant his father's death. Here, too. Lots to tell.
Same.
I texted him Patty's address and told him I was contacting the others. I knew I'd piqued his interest and concern, but I didn't feel comfortable sharing anything else until the Dukes were all convened on the other side of the world. Next, I texted the twins, then Blake and Cope, telling them where and when to meet. Cope would bring Zinnia. Everyone was a go. I contemplated texting Jay and Patty too, but that could wait until the morning. I was so excited about seeing everyone and nervous about Farzuf being so close that I was restless all night. I finally felt myself pulled under just as the sun was rising. A couple hours of solid sleep would have to hold me over. When I emerged, groggy and craving coffee, I wished I was better at using my supernatural sense of hearing. I wanted to know if Farzuf was gone, but when I attempted to scan the area, everything sounded like a jumble to me, too hard to discern. Other Neff were good at it, having trained for years. After showering and dressing, I walked downtown to a busy coffee shop, keeping my eyes peeled. It was a hot morning, but pleasant compared to the oppressive humidity I was accustomed to. I'd just paid for my latte when everyone got quiet and broke into whispers. The hair on the nape of my neck went up. Oh my God, is he on the football team? I turned and bit down to lock my jaw as a tall, sexily disheveled Farzuf sauntered up to me, flanked by a dark cloud of whisperers, knowing every eye was on him and clearly basking in the attention. His blonde hair was damp, and he had a light dusting of morning scruff. His critical eyes lessened his attractiveness, though I doubt anyone else picked up on it.
And how was your first night of college?
he asked in a low voice, a partial lascivious grin showing. Successful, sir. I gripped my coffee to keep from shaking. And you? His grin grew.
One for the memory book. I'd stay another night if I didn't have business to attend to. I'm almost jealous of you.
He laughed at the ridiculousness of his statement and glanced around at the myriad of eyes locked on him. I swear, the room seemed to sway with all the swooning and red auras popping up. The spirits dipped and glided among the people. It's a great place, I said lamely. He looked back at me, disappointment flashing across his face as he remembered with whom he'd been conversing. He pushed past me to the counter, and I stood aside. But once he had his giant coffee in hand, he left the shop without looking my way again. From my view, I watched him making eyes at every girl along the way, and even a couple guys. Then they all turned to look at me. I exited quickly through the side door and went around the corner, watching as Farzuf caught a cab, his procession of dark spirits flanking the vehicle as it drove him away. Thank God. I made the long walk to my car and sat inside, sipping my coffee and feeling oddly safe and content. In a few hours, my 6 Neff allies would be making their way to town for one night. It could be our last chance to see one another before it was time to fulfill the prophecy. With the Dukes convening that night, our time was short. We'd have to act soon. I wanted today to be special. I smiled to myself and started the car. I knew what we were doing tonight. Patty had no idea I was coming. When I got to her address, I almost rolled my eyes. Of course, Dad couldn't have picked out a low-key home. He'd put her up in a huge house on a golf course. It was seriously the only new neighborhood around, and it was smack in the middle of farm country. As I pulled into her driveway, I sent a text. "Don't freak. It's just me." I knocked on the door, and she swung it open, pulled me inside the house, shut the door, and proceeded to squeeze the air out of me. I hugged her back just as hard. "Anna," I heard Jay say, coming up behind us. Patty released me and pulled Jay in until we were having a group hug. She repeatedly kissed my cheek before letting us go. "I'm so glad you're here," she said. "You're sure it's safe, though?" "Positive. All the Dukes are flying to Switzerland right now, so the Neff are coming here."
"All of them?"
Jay's eyes got big. I guess Marna hadn't had a chance to tell him yet. "Yep," I said. "All the allies." He jumped up and punched the air. I felt euphoric. "Come on, I have groceries." They followed me out, and the 3 of us loaded our arms with bags. "A turkey?" Patty asked. "Oh, honey, I like the sound of this." I thought she might. I'd gotten all the fixings for a Thanksgiving meal. We took everything into the kitchen, and I looked around at the stainless steel appliances and stone-tiled backsplash. "Wow, this house is overboard," Patty asked. "Ridiculously huge and fancy?"
"Yes, your father is a nutcase."
But she was smiling as she unpacked the pies.
"Yams,"
Jay said.
"Nice."
He was a bit more subdued than normal, but it was understandable, given what he was up against. "So," I asked the 2 of them, "do you want the big news first, or should I tell you everything that's happened in order?"
"In order,"
Jay said. Patty's eyebrows came together with impatience, and she eyed Jay before saying, "Oh, all right then, in order, but make it fast." Marna hadn't been able to talk to Jay at all yet, so they had no idea what had happened since Ginger went missing. We made our way into the cushy family room. They were rapt as I talked. "And then this huge spirit showed up," I said, making Patty gasp, and her eyes widen as I described its ram-like appearance. "And you'll never believe who it was." They stared at me, on edge. "Dad." Patty pressed a hand to her chest. "You mean, he doesn't have a... He's He had to shed his body, I said quietly.
Dude, Jay said. He's scary with a body. I can't imagine him as a spirit.
Yeah, it's so weird. He's looking for a new body now, I said. Patty closed her eyes. When she took a deep breath and nodded, I forged ahead. We knew Farzuf was searching for me, so Dad came up with the idea that me and Cudden... Patty squealed, jumping to her feet. You're married, aren't you? Jay's shocked face swung back and forth between the two of us.
Nuh-uh. Are you?
I felt so emotional about my news that I could only nod. Patty screamed, pulling me to my feet for another bear hug. Her excitement should have felt strange, given the reason why Kaiden and I had decided to marry. But I knew Patty wasn't focused on that. She was focused on the love we shared, and the fact that we were able to have this life experience, despite our circumstances. Oh, sweet girl, she said into my hair. I knew they couldn't keep you apart. When she let me go, Jay hugged me, saying,
That is crazy. But cool. Congratulations.
Thank you. We sat down again, still wired from the big reveal.
So, what happened next?
Jay asked. Then his cheeks got splotchy.
I mean, not like next, but, after.
I picked up the story, telling them how Farzuf had come to my dorm room in his new form. They were shocked and disgusted. When I was done, Patty let out a giant sigh. I'm so thankful we'll have this night. I'm gonna pop that turkey in the oven and start prepping stuff. Why don't you two go to the pool and try to relax? I think your bathing suits are in one of those boxes upstairs still. I can help you with the prep, I said. Nah, she smiled. Let me. I've got plenty to occupy my mind now. You two go be young or something. She was humming to herself as she went to the kitchen. We changed our clothes, grabbed towels, and headed down the street to the neighborhood's pool. A couple of families were at the shallow end, so we took lounge chairs at the other end of the pool and lay down. The sun felt glorious.
I can't believe you're married,
Jay said next to me. I can't believe you're going to be a dad, I countered.
Aren't we too young for all this? Weren't we just learning to drive or something?
I know, right? We both got quiet. He stared off, and the burdens he carried were apparent in his distant eyes. Jay, how are you feeling?
I don't know. Man, it's like I'm not really afraid for myself, but I'm scared for Marna and the baby. I want to keep them safe, but I feel like this little nobody. Powerless or something.
You have more power than you realize. Knowing you love her gives Marna strength. She's happy, Jay. I know it seems crazy, but I think she feels loved by someone other than Ginger for the first time in her life, and she's thankful.
But I don't want her to die.
His voice thickened as he choked up, causing my own throat to swell with emotion. I couldn't respond. All I could do was reach over and link my fingers with his, connecting us in our fear and sorrow. Lying there, next to my oldest and dearest friend, felt right. The stretch of silence between us was soothing. Some kids came over, calling Jay by name. He seemed to cheer a little, getting into the water with them. Of course, he'd made buddies in the short time he'd lived here. The kids took turns climbing to his shoulders and jumping off. I lay back on the lounge chair and rolled to my stomach, content as I watched them. Sounds of splashing faded as I dozed. And then I heard a beautiful voice.
Cover your ass and nobody gets hurt.
I lifted my head to see Kaiden crouched next to me. He was here. Just as I was about to get up and throw my arms around him, his gaze slid down my body to my butt and stayed there. Hello, stormy eyes. I felt twice as hot under the sun as I had 1 minute ago. I threw the towel over my body, which forced his eyes back to mine. Hey, I whispered. He touched my face, and I leaned into his palm.
I feel like it's been a year since I saw you,
he said softly.
I've missed you.
I reached up and cupped his hand. I've missed you too.
But you're still in trouble.
His voice was low and gravelly.
I need you.
I looked around.
Come with me.
He was serious. He took my hand, and I sped to keep up, holding the towel around my body. Jay caught sight of us and waved from the middle of the pool, but when he saw Kai's determined face, he raised his eyebrows. I shrugged a shoulder innocently, and Jay shook his head. My cheeks flushed. Kai led us to the women's dressing room, and when he started to push the door open, I pulled back, looking around. "You can't go in there," I whispered. He pulled me forward.
"It's empty."
Next thing I knew, we were in a shower stall, kissing behind the closed curtain. "What if someone comes in?" I asked. He pressed my back against the smooth tiles.
"I'll be listening."
He pulled off my towel and dropped it to the dry floor with a growl. We kissed again, and my body reacted. I pulled him closer, loving the feel of his hands across my sun-heated skin. Were we really doing this in a public place? Oh, just shut up, my body told my mind. Just a few minutes together before the seriousness began wouldn't hurt. I heard a sound outside, and we both went still.
Shite, someone's coming.
2 seconds later, a woman's voice sounded in the bathroom. Kai pressed his forehead to the tile next to me and squeezed his eyes shut. "In here, sweetie. Good girl." Oh, great. A mom was taking her little girl to the potty. I felt like a perv. When I heard their stall door close, I peeked out and pulled Kaiden, tiptoeing out. I chanced a backward glance at him. His eyes were heated with intensity. "Later," I promised. He stopped us under the awning just before the pool area and faced me, lowering his forehead to mine.
"I can't go back out there yet. I'm having a bit of a focusing problem."
I gave a dry laugh, though I knew he was being serious. I was feeling tight all over, too. "I know, baby," I whispered, squeezing his bicep. Yeah, touching him wasn't helping my frame of mind much either. I dropped my hand. "Let's get back to the house so we can tell each other everything. And then... yeah."
"Yeah,"
he breathed, eyes blazing. I shivered.
"This is all your fault, you know."
A naughty smile appeared on his lips, and with a flush to my cheeks, I remembered the cell phone picture. The mother and daughter came out of the restroom, passing us. Kaiden gave me a hopeful look, and I shook my head. I was not going in there again. "Come on, Kai. I have stuff to tell you. Big stuff." He studied me.
"Are you all right?"
I wanted to tell him everything, but not out in the open like this. I pulled clothes on over my bathing suit, got Jay, and we headed back to the house. Kaiden kept catching my eye in long gazes, conveying wordless promises that made my blood rush faster. "Focus," I told him under my breath. At the house, Patty hugged Kaiden, and it had been a long time since I'd seen her so happy. She continued to hum as she bustled around the kitchen, her mouth tilting up while she chopped and shredded. I sat with Kaiden and Jay, and we talked. Kai said,
"I suppose my father decided to make the change of the guard because Richard Rowe died 3 days ago." "Change of the guard?"
Jay asked. "It's when they get rid of their bodies," I explained. "The old body dies when their spirit leaves it, and they have to possess a new one, start a new life."
"Nasty,"
Jay whispered.
"My father was going to wait a few years, but he must have changed his mind,"
Kai said, looking at me.
"I've worried he'd come to you as a spirit and you wouldn't recognize him, but he'd need a body to smell you, so I'm guessing we still have time. It can take a while."
"Yeah," I said. "About that." He found a body.
Kaiden bolted upright. You've seen him?
Yes. He's about your age, maybe a little older. Tall, blonde.
His jaw tightened. When did you see him? What did he say? Did he touch you?
I told him everything. He stared at the wall and pulled out his knife as he listened. He continued to open it, close it, spin it on his palm, weave it through his fingers. Jay and I gave it nervous glances.
Bloody hell.
Kaiden thought for a while, then shoved the closed knife back into his pocket.
Would you say he's better looking than me?
Oh, jeez. Jay laughed.
Dude, weird. I'm only curious,
Kaiden said with a half grin. Ew, Kai, no. I can't even think of him like that. His eyes are pure evil. I don't know how anyone can look at him and not get a bad feeling.
They probably do get a bad feeling, said Jay, but they lack it. They feel like he's dangerous or something.
Oh, he was dangerous, all right. I rubbed my temples. The doorbell rang, and Jay practically tripped over his own feet, jumping up. Kaiden slipped an arm around me.
You did well. That's over, and we'll be safe for a bit now.
He kissed my temple, then bit my earlobe, pulling me closer. I lifted my face to kiss him, since we were semi-alone. As soon as his hot mouth met mine, I wished we were really alone.
I can't stop thinking about you,
he whispered. His words and touch held an urgency that was stronger than it had been before we married, like his self-control had lessened now that we'd been together. This was going to be a long day. From the kitchen, I heard Patty set down her stirring spoon with a clatter and say, "Well, hello, Cope. And you must be Zinnia. I'm so happy to finally meet you." I smiled up at Kaiden's handsome face before getting to my feet. "Z!" I ran, crashing into her in the kitchen. We hugged tight, and I smiled at Capano over her shoulder. He gave me a nod and smile. More people were coming in behind him. "Well, if it isn't my sweet Ginger," Patty said now. "And Marna. And you're Blake, right?" I couldn't even bring myself to scoff at the sweet Ginger comment. We had a house full of friends, and the kitchen smelled divine. The holiday had officially begun. Chapter 19. Love in the Air. We all stood in the kitchen talking over one another. Marna and I noticed at the same time when Zinnia made her way back to Capano's side and slipped her arm snugly under his. And then they shared a look so tender that Marna turned and gave me a hand-over-her-heart, "Aw" face. She then wrapped her arms around Jay, and they stood there holding each other with their eyes closed. So much emotion filled the room, but one stood out above the rest. Love was in the air, among other things, like lust and the smell of turkey. A weird combo. Kaiden finally made his way into the kitchen with a serious demeanor. He greeted everyone, but whenever his eyes met mine, the air got hotter until a palpable tension had woven its way around the room. I could feel the warm sunbeam of his stare on me, though I pretended to ignore it. Our friends kept eyeing us. Even Patty noticed. She regarded Kaiden with curiosity, as if trying to figure him out. When she saw him looking at me, her brow went up. She cleared her throat and dropped her eyes, mumbling, "All righty then," and busied herself basting the turkey. Okay, this was seriously getting embarrassing. I eyed Kaiden as if to say, "Behave yourself." He cocked his head as if to say, "I can't bloody help it." When Patty left the kitchen to make the guest bed, I suddenly smelled his citrusy pheromones from across the room, and they made me lightheaded. I hoped no one else would notice.
"Blech, the newlyweds are hot for each other," Ginger said.
So much for that hope. Heat traveled from my neck up to my face.
"Perhaps the whole lot of you can take a walk,"
Kaiden said, dead serious. My eyes got huge. "Kaiden, no!" Blake, Jay, and Marna started laughing. Ginger rolled her eyes, and I couldn't bring myself to look at Cope and Z. But Capano, choosing to ignore the sexual tension despite his own inclination toward lust, stepped forward and held out his hand.
"Congratulations, brother. I am happy for your blessing."
Kaiden took his offering and shook.
"Thank you, mate. I'm glad to see you happy as well."
He nodded to Zinnia, who returned his nod and gifted him with one of her regal smiles. When Cope came to me with an outstretched hand, I ignored it, going up on my toes to hug him instead. He chuckled and hugged me back before returning to Z's side. Kaiden watched the whole time, but thankfully didn't get upset. I wish I could say the tension dissipated after that. Kaiden leaned against the counter, watching me, his thumb running back and forth over his bottom lip. My whole body prickled with a flush of heat, and I tried not to look at him. His need for me became the elephant in the room that everyone pretended to ignore. I thought about sending him upstairs for a cold shower. Patty bounded back into the room, and I plastered the fakest smile ever on my face. "How much longer until the feast?" I asked. "About 1 hour," she said,